All right. Good morning, guys. Happy Saturday and welcome to the 2026 Girls Elks Hoop Shoot National Finals at Wintrust Arena here in Chicago, Illinois. I am Lakin Bolts and I am commentating today with
Gabriella Gaskins.
and just a little bit about myself briefly. I was a contestant here at Nationals in 2006, so I'm going to date myself just a little bit. We're 20 years ago now, which is wild. So I won Nationals in 2006, had the privilege of making it back in 2007 and 2008. So get to kind of speak on my own experience and bring this event live to you guys this morning. Gabby, what about you?
Yeah, so I'm actually a backboard member. This is my fourth and final year, but I competed back in 2016, 2017, about 10 years ago. Took second place home when I was 13, shooting 22, I believe, out of 25. Yeah, I've been going to Chicago for 10 straight years, and I am also a new Elk member. Just became a member back in January, so I am happy to be here.
Let's go. Well, we are watching the viewers kind of tune in here. So, viewers, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and tell us where you guys are watching from and shout out to your shooters. This will be something that the shooters can come back and watch. So, let them know you're watching and where you're watching from. All right, we've got some Harper fans in the house here this morning. Paisley has a couple fans. We've got someone tuning in from Fresno, California. And Gabby, how cool is this that this is something that families and friends and just people from these girls' hometowns can come on and watch? Because I know in 2006, 7, and 8, when I was competing, this was not a thing. So shout out to technology. This is so cool that we can bring this to you guys live and hopefully make you guys feel like you're somewhat a part of today's experience with these shooters.
Oh yeah, and shout out to our production team. Way smoother this year, so thank you so much.
All right, go Hadley. We've got a Piper fan, Braylon Nickerson from New Mexico. We've got a watcher from Tennessee coming in. Let's go Avery. And so right now the shooters are just warming up. They're just lined up single file behind the line, and here in a second, all the shooters will go to their seats in shooting order, and then they have the ability to choose how many practice shots they want individually when they step up to the line before starting the actual competition. And we have the same thing happening on the other end, but with the boys 8 and 9.
Yeah, and for our viewers, you see the refs on the court right now. They're also backboard members as well. We have some returnees. I believe Jerica, and then we have Miss Hannah, and I believe that's all that I can see on the court. But yeah, they are backboard members as well. If you don't know what backboard members are, they're previous national finalists. You get asked to come back and kind of give, a little hand and give back to your community and to the organization. So it's been so much fun. I've done this for 4 years. Couldn't be, happier and more grateful for this opportunity. So passing the torch to, youngins. I feel I just turned 22 last week. So but yeah, those are our backboard members, and all good things. It's really, really fun. So all your nationalists, they do not have to win. They just have to compete at any level, 8 and 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Not have to win at all. Just be at nationals, and you can be, a backboard member.
Yeah, and I think that's incredibly special too. I know as I've gotten older, I've had a grown appreciation for just this whole experience. Obviously, like when you're 8, 9, 10, 11, like that age, you kind of take all this for granted and you just don't quite know the worth in it all. And so just as I've gotten older and have had the opportunities to give back in the ways that I have, whether that be in my hometown lodge or going back to the regional contests in Iowa. And now just being able to come to nationals and help with the whole experience has been incredibly special. So how cool for the Elks to just provide the opportunities for us as we've gotten older to come back and help make this experience just as good for these kids than it was for us.
Oh yeah, full circle moment. I just became an elk, and now I'm a hoop shoot director for my local lodge.
That's so
So
cool.
yeah, so full circle moment, and I love it. And I think these kids, like you said, I never really thought I'd be here any longer, and then look, I am. 10 years later. So yeah, full circle moment for everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
If you would have told
26 Elks
9-year-old
Hoop Shoot
Lakin when
National
she won
Finals.
that I'd
I
be
am
back
Dennis
doing this,
Sabo,
I would
and
have probably
beside me
laughed
is
at
my
you.
color announcer, Abby Nupp. And on behalf of the Elks
All right, guys,
National
we're going to
Foundation
pass it
and
over to
nearly
Dennis, who
800,000
is in
Elks
the
across the
arena,
country,
and we're going to
thank you
go
for
over
being
some
here. We
shooting
appreciate
rules
it.
and
The road
just kind
to
of the process
Chicago
of it all.
ends today. You are about to witness the top 8-9-year-old free throw shooters in the nation compete for the title of national champion. The top boy and the top girl in this division will have their names and pictures displayed in the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame in Springfield, Massachusetts, the birthplace of basketball. And now let me turn over the microphone to Abby.
Thank you, Dennis. Good morning. We know you all agreed to the code of conduct, but to make the contest enjoyable for everyone, we ask that all Hoop Shoot fans follow these rules. Rule number 1. Right now, everyone take out your cell phone. Please turn it to silent. Even if you think it is on silent, give it a double check. You need to keep it that way throughout the contest. We encourage you to use your phone or tablet to post on social media, but we don't want to hear you using them. Speaking of silence, that brings me to rule number 2. We ask that you respect the finalists and try to be as quiet as possible. Once the gym doors close, there will be no exiting or entering the arena until the final free throw in this division is made. Rule number 3. No flash photography. You may take pictures, but please turn off your flash. All photos from our professional photographer will be available for free on Flickr following the contest. And lastly, withhold all applause until all finalists have finished at both ends of the court, especially in the event of shoot-offs. Please refer to pages 2 and 3 of your contest scoring booklet for a complete list of rules. Unofficial results will be available on the Jumbotron throughout the contest. Just like the score you keep in your contest booklet, the results on our Jumbotron and the live stream are unofficial. The final official results will be posted online at elks.org/hoopshoot. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, please turn your attention to center court, where Regional Directors Jeff Franklin and Terry McMichael will demonstrate the official signals used to indicate made or missed shots during the hoop shoot. When a free throw counts, referees will indicate the shot is good by this signal. When a shot does not count due to a miss, referees will indicate no score by this signal. When a shot does not count due to a violation, referees will indicate no score by this signal. For a complete list of contest officials, turn to page 10 of your contest scoring booklet.
Thank you, Abby. Fans, you should have received a Swish Stakes raffle ticket in your badge holder, and now is the time to get it out. As we previously mentioned, we ask that all finalists and fans stay as quiet as possible during the contests. In honor of this important rule, the first Swish Stakes code is quiet. The word quiet. Write that down on your line number 1, the word quiet. Once again, the first code, quiet. As a reminder, to win one of our 3 amazing prizes in the Swish Stakes raffle, each worth up to $500, you must turn in your complete ticket following the final code, which will be revealed before the start of our last contest, and stay through the end of our 12-13 contest or our shoot-off if there is one. And winners, you need to be present to win. So write that code in one more time. The word quiet is your first Swish Stakes code. One more note, please join me in welcoming a very special guest to the 2026 Elks Hoop Shoot National Finals, a 3-time Olympian, Olympic gold medalist, and Team USA flag bearer at the 2026 Olympics just a few months ago. And our keynote speaker tonight at the banquet, please give a warm welcome to Aaron Jackson. And now, if you are able, please stand as Lauren Hall sings our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Lauren Hall, ladies and gentlemen. And now, it's time to turn our attention to the 8 and 9-year-old hoop shoot national finalists. Starting with our 8 and 9 girls. In shooting order from Farmington, Michigan, Lodge number 1986, give it up for Sophia Baldock. From Silver City, New Mexico, make some noise for Braylon Nickerson. Representing Lambertville, New Jersey, Lodge 1070, Marina Abu Daoud. From Fountain Hills, Arizona, number 2846, it's Malia Robinson. Representing Dickinson, North Dakota, number 1137, give it up for Kyla Brandt. From Hickory, North Carolina, number 1654, Hadley Shreve. Representing Tri-City, Colorado, number 2541, make some noise for Paisley Gould. Representing South Kingstown, Rhode Island, number 1899, Logan Mullen Rusin. From Coleman, Alabama, number 1609, give it up for Alexandria Wood. Representing Lewistown, Idaho, number 896, make some noise for Piper Zumwalt. Representing Rogers, Bentonville, Arkansas, number 2144, put your hands together for Miss Ella King. And from Rochester, Minnesota, number 1091, Cameron Tackle. Let's meet our 8-9 boys, beginning with, from Huntington Beach, California, number 1959, give it up for London Durham Jr. From Highland, Arkansas, number 2539, give it up for Wyatt Tackett, ladies and gentlemen. From Great Falls, Montana, number 214, Lincoln Newcomer. It's Plant City, Florida's Lodge 1727 representative, Benjamin Beverly. Representing Monticello, New York, number 1544, give it up for Grayson Slater. From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, number 402, Anthony Cooper. Representing Grand Island, Nebraska, number 604, make some noise for Clayton Volk. Representing Snake River, Idaho, number 2807, Brooks Whitmire. From Martinsville, Virginia, number 1752, Jacoby Johnson. From Artesia, New Mexico, number 1717, give it up for Kion Montoya. Hailing from Newcastle, Indiana, Lodge number 484, it's Cooper Cook. And representing Fall River, Massachusetts, number 118, put your hands together for Tyler Brightman. All right, here we go. Finally, all the buildup is over. Please close the doors. Fans, please hold your applause until after the contest. And floor judges, whenever you are ready, our contest for the 8-9s may begin. Good luck, everyone.
All right, viewers, we are back here, and right now the shooters are getting ready to walk up to the line individually, and they will each get the option of choosing anywhere from 1 to 5 practice free throws before they start the competition of shooting their first round of 10. So I know personally, and Gabby, you can kind of tune in on this, but I always stuck with the same number of practice shots before starting my competition, and it's just so funny to remember how like superstitious I was with myself. But my magic number was 3, and that did not change whether I was at locals, whether I was at state, or all the way here at nationals.
I think the first time I ran through the whole competition, I freaked out at like regionals, I think, but I shot like 5 practice shots. But my lucky number was also 3. Like I just never changed it. I was superstitious too. I was like, if it's 3, is nothing. I cannot do more or less.
There we go. Love it. Well, so shooter number 1 here, we have Sophia Baldick. And Sophia is coming at us from Michigan. It looks like she's got her lucky Michigan shirt. I don't blame her after Michigan's performance this year
that was
on the men's side. So we will see how many. Looks like how many practice shots did they say she was going to take?
Not sure.
But I love it. It looks like Sophia is coming at us here at Nationals, making 20 at her lodge competition, moving on and making 20 out of 25 in her district competition, and then state, she made 16 and 22 to get here. And we know that it's going to take at least 22 to probably come out with a trophy today.
Miss Sophia is absolutely adorable. She had purple tinsel at the practice gyms in her hair, and I was like, where'd you get that? Because I need some. So, and her little star clips,
I
too.
know.
Absolutely adorable. All our contestants are adorable.
All right, so Sophia has gotten started here. So she was no practice shots. I think she got started right away. All right, Sophia was ready to go.
Did you shoot first, or what was your shooting order?
So, and for our viewers at home, we have 12 shooters, obviously here in each competition, and I personally love going first. So I loved just stepping up and setting the tone. And I always liked to think, and this is, 9-year-old Lakin, I always loved to think like, okay, if I walk up to the line and I make all first 10,
Oh yeah, for
then
sure.
the other girls are behind me starting to sweat.
Oh yes, yes. That's I loved shooting in the beginning. I don't think I've ever shot first. I think it was like right in the middle, but I was not nervous. I was like, okay, don't pay attention to them. Just focus on yourself.
Right.
Yeah, but I love setting the tone. Or maybe last too. People think if you shoot last, you have all that anxiety build up. Be like,
Yep.
no, save the best for last.
Yep, there you
Thing.
go.
So
There you go. Yeah, I always loved going first. Um, so right now we have Braylon Nickerson at the line, and Braylon is a return national finalist. So Braylon has been here. She knows what to expect, and we'll see how she can kind of bring that former experience to the table here today. Braylon is coming at us from Silver City, New Mexico, Lodge 413. So if we have any Braylon watchers, shout out Braylon in the comments here. And she's got her Caitlin Clark jersey on. And as a former Iowan and as a Hawkeye myself, I've got to respect Braylon's choice on the shirt here.
I'm a big Caitlin Clark fan, so she better be shooting. And she's coming out from Region 11, my region. So let's go, Braylon. And I believe she's probably one of our highest scoring contestants coming in with an average of 23. She did have 24 at district, but pretty high.
And yeah, she's been shooting 93% to get here to nationals. So again, it's just kind of crazy to think back about like those free throw percentages and doing that ourselves. I always laugh and tell people that my free throw percentage in college and high school, let alone like high school especially, like you would have never guessed I did this as a kid. But it looks like Braylon's mom did the hoop shoot from 1997 to 2002 and made it to nationals 4 times. So not only does Braylon bring that experience to the table, but it's also running in the family.
I like to call it hoop shoe royalty.
All right, and Braylon finished out with 9 out of 10 shots made. And now we have Marina Abu Daoud.
And she is coming with 21 from regional. And her mom competed back in 1991, so some hoop shoe blood in her. Okay, and I think Miss Marina is getting ready to shoot for 10.
And I think something to call out here is no matter how these girls do today, they are taking with them an experience of competing and overcoming nerves and just putting all the trust in the process that it took to get them here. So I think I look back and just really appreciate now as I'm older the things that I learned at such a young age through this experience. And to be able to come to Chicago and you're shooting free throws at Wintrust Arena where the Chicago Sky play, and you're just a part of the whole experience and learning so much as a kid, that's really invaluable.
Oh yeah, it was super fun. I mean, I was nervous at 12 and 13. I can imagine an 8 and 9-year-old being this nervous on this stage, but super fun to be in Chicago. It was nice and sunny and beautiful yesterday, but it's cold and raining this morning, so
Right. And I think the Elks do a great job of making this experience as a whole the best that they possibly can for the kids. So yesterday, the shooters and their families got to go to the Chicago Cubs baseball game at Wrigley Field, and then the hotel that everyone stays at, has a fun zone and just a ton of fun things for the kids to participate in with each other. And I know leading up today, everybody's pretty nervous.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see after tonight. Maybe the kids will start talking to each other a little bit
Oh,
more.
yeah.
And
Lots of good sportsmanship. Saw a lot of good luck, handshakes, some fist pumps, make good friends. I think the parents are more nervous than anything,
oh, for
though.
sure, for sure.
Holding their breath.
So Marina came out with 9 out of 10 shots made, tying Braylon.
And we have Miss Malia. She's coming out from Arizona. She came in with 21 from regional. Before that, 22 at district and 22 also at state. And then we were just talking about the nerves. So Miss Malia, changed her routine a little bit at state, and she got third. And she's expressed that she was just a little disappointed in herself. So I think that grit that we
Yep.
talk about. It's just not only putting in the work and the dedication and learning yourself, but also believing in yourself. Don't compare yourself to anyone else. You got there by
Yep.
by yourself, and you just gotta stick with it. Same thing with the routine. If I take 3 practice shots, I'm gonna stick with it. So we're glad to see her here at nationals.
And it says here, yeah, that Malia kind of faced a feeling of defeat and coming up short. And I think, again, learning that experience and learning how to handle that as a kid at 8 and 9 years old, that's going to stick with you through sports forever. And so just learning how to handle that, but then learning the feeling of defeat and knowing like, hey, I'm disappointed in myself. Like now I know I want to put in the practice to make it back even further. And we see that with a lot of these girls that they've maybe competed at other competitions last year and came up short, and now they have the determination to make it even further this year. So Malia finished out with 8 out of 10. And next up we have Kyla Brandt.
And a little fun fact is her dad was North Dakota's Mr. Basketball back in 1999.
Basketball family.
Yeah.
And again, it looks like she made it last year to state and took second. She told her parents that her goal this year was to make it to nationals, and here she is. So good job, Kyla. I can relate to that.
Yeah.
When I was 8, I fell short at districts, and I turned to my parents and I said, I'm going to practice and make it back even further. And when I was 9, came to nationals, and that was the year that I had the chance to win it all. So again, that feeling of falling short is paying off for these girls.
Oh yeah, for sure. My first year, I kind of freaked out at regionals, and you said, I'm gonna come back, and I already got a taste of what regionals feel like. So hopefully, I get a taste with nationals. And I was 12 and didn't win at nationals that first year, but I said, you know what, I'm gonna come back again. It's my last year, and as long as I come back, I'll be proud of myself. But I took second place home, so hopefully that's one of these girls' stories.
And I think, she talks about how her dad always tells her, to find her routine, keep that routine the same every single shot, reminds her to have fun. I think I've got a comment here on how much work and effort the parents and family members also put into this experience for the shooters. I know my dad, I can recall 3rd grade Lakin being picked up from elementary school daily, and my dad would take me to the high school gym, and we would go shoot 250 to 300 free throws every day. And it's just like the parents are sacrificing so much of their time and rebounding for us and driving us places, and it's like we take that for granted at such a young age. And now to look back, I see how special that period of time was, not only for me but for my parents as well.
Yeah, for sure. They could have been sleeping or doing something or working, and they're out there with you in the rain, cold, hot, everything. So shout out to our parents.
But also what it takes for these shooters to be so determined and getting better. I think back to okay, elementary school, I wanted to be out playing with my friends and after school, everybody's hitting the playground, and dad would come and pick me up, and we'd go to the high school. And it's so fun to learn the stories of these girls and where they shoot back in their hometowns, because back in the day, I say back in the day, 20 years ago, when I was a kid, we just in our town had the YMCA or the high school. And so our high school basketball coach was nice enough to literally move their basketball practice to the other end of the floor and let me come in and have a hoop to shoot at. And so it's not only the parents, but also the sacrifices that, like, okay, the high school basketball team was literally letting me have a spot to make sure I could practice. And so I always love hearing, the stories of where these girls are practicing every day and the facilities and places that are available now.
Yeah.
It's just like, holy cow, I wish I had that.
Also, like, shout out to siblings. I have 2 younger brothers, but I see a lot of younger siblings, even older siblings, getting, some rebounding out there, running around with them and just being a great support system. It's good to have, your family with you and your younger siblings, your older siblings with you, kind of wishing you luck with you in this journey. So,
Right. All right. And Hadley just finished out with 5 out of 10. And Hadley was coming at us from Hickory, North Carolina, the Southeast Central region, number 10. Next up, we have Paisley Gold. And Paisley's preferred name is Paisley, but she goes by PG6
oh wow.
on the basketball court. Okay, Paisley.
Wow.
PG6.
Yeah, I had a couple of nicknames. I mean, I have Gigi, and then obviously Gabby. My full name is Gabriella, but a couple nicknames. I'm about to go by Miss Hoop Shoot. If y'all have been in Chicago for as long as I competed, everyone knows my name.
That's
so
fun.
I'm about to go, give myself another nickname. But Miss Paisley saw, her dad saw the advertisement on Facebook. Shout out to Facebook. I'm barely on Facebook, but yeah.
And Paisley says her first year in the hoop shoot, so last year as an 8-year-old, she had a shootout and she lost by 1, so she made it a goal not to lose again. Now she's at the finals. So again, the daily practice and determination to make it back even further is really just a repetitive theme here with these shooters.
I wouldn't be surprised if I saw them once they age out go to 10, 11, and 12 and 13. But that resilience, that grit that we talked about, I mean, that's what the hoop shoot's about, is just to not give up on yourself, to keep pushing, keep believing. And like you said, not just in yourself, but in your community, in your village, how many other people are making these sacrifices just for, just to support you, to believe in you. So, yeah.
So Paisley finished out with 8 out of 10 in her first set. And up next we have Logan Mullen Rusin. And Logan is coming at us from the New England region out of South Kingstown, Rhode Island.
And I've been seeing all of we have little cards that we're trading, so we have little fun facts with all the hoop shoot contestants and some staff. But a lot of girls and a lot of kids want to go to Hawaii. Yeah, I mean opposite weather from what we're having in Chicago. So I'll be going to Hawaii at the end of the summer, later this year. So maybe I'll tell them how it was.
Logan might want to know how that trip goes.
Yeah. Oh, and her lucky charm is her mom.
Yeah, shout out Mommy Alice is who she says her lucky charm is. We love that. And she has a unique talent of writing songs.
Wow.
So as an 8-year-old, okay, sis.
Okay. I need to go see if she can, I can see some of her songs. Maybe she can sing some,
We
put
might
a
have to hunt her
performance.
down later and see what she's made of.
Maybe at the banquet, we have a little DJ set. Maybe she can do some karaoke or something.
And she says that meeting new people is her favorite part of the hoop shoot. And so as an 8-year-old to say that, it kind of just speaks, how tremendous this whole experience is. You're meeting girls from all over the country and making friends. And as I talked about, the nerves are a little higher before the competition. But after all is said and done, everybody can just have fun together. I made so many incredible friendships that I still stay in contact with today, which is so cool. Girls went on to play Division I basketball, even play professionally. And it's just so cool to look back and be like, wait, we met each other when we were like 8 and 9 years old, 10 and 11, through this experience. So how cool to have this opportunity. And hopefully these girls will later take advantage, of the opportunity that's at hand.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I love Miss Alexandria.
We've got to speak
Her
about this fit.
shorts are absolutely adorable. She's been I'm obsessed with everyone. They're bringing their A game on, not just with shooting, but with their fits. Oh my gosh, shout out to I need a pair. So I got to go talk to her mom or something to give me a pair of nice, sparkly red shorts cuz those are so cute.
And I've got to shout out Alexandria. She might go by Alex. I see we have some comments on the feed here. Go Alex. Coleman, Alabama. I've got to shout out to this lodge. Coleman brought 4 shooters to nationals this year, and I had the opportunity to sit next to the 10 and 11-year-old shooter Avery, and their family, and wow, 4 shooters from the same lodge. Like, you do not hear that very often. So they do things right back in
Oh
Alabama.
yeah.
So we've got a strong crew here. So if you guys are watching from Coleman and supporting the Coleman Lodge, go ahead and throw a comment out supporting Alex. And you guys have a strong presence here today.
Yeah, I believe when I was competing, we had probably 4, maybe more or less. Camden, another backboard member, he's a fresh and new member of the backboard. We competed at the same time together. He's about 2 years younger than me, so yeah, we have pictures of him and his brother too. They're also hoop shoot royalty a little bit, I say, as his uncle, I believe, was a champion back in 1989 and 1990. So CJ Coggle. So some fun facts for y'all.
All right, next up we have Piper. Piper's coming at us from Lewiston, Idaho. And her basketball teammates started calling her Pippi when she showed her strength and determination. And now they like to call her Pippi just to hype her up during practice and games. So some of these fun facts are so funny to see. So
Honestly,
we've got
though,
Piper, aka Pippi.
honestly though, you would think the 12 and 13-year-olds or the 10, 11 would be a little bit more outgoing, but maybe they're just too cool or
I
whatever.
think we got personalities
The
here.
8 and 9-year-olds, the boys and girls, that is where it's at. That's who I was talking to all day. I was like, I need to go see my new friends. They're so cool, and they're just so confident too in who they are and
I love it.
themselves. So we got big personalities on the court today.
And Piper says each practice session that she has, she takes 100 shots and she does not stop until she's made 10 in a row. And so shout out to you, Piper, because you and I have some similarities there. I know when I was practicing with my dad, this was something that I utilized. I would not leave the gym until I was like 10 for 10.
Oh yeah.
And something that I started at this age that I utilized throughout my whole basketball career was I did not leave the gym until I ended on a swish.
Oh yeah.
And it was just like leaving on a positive note, you have to. And again, I was superstitious back at this age. So it's just so funny to see like Piper's not leaving that gym until she's made 10 in a row. So that's some determination right there, and I
She
can relate
has
to that.
tunnel vision right now. You see those eyes, just eyes on the basket. And we've had some, I'm very superstitious as well, but a ball is a ball, a basket is a basket. You are your shooter. I was telling, we change balls all the time, we change rims, we change courts all the time, but if you stick to your own practice routine and you trust and believe in yourself, you should be good to go.
Right.
Yeah.
Piper's got her Thunder jersey on today, so I wonder if she wears that throughout her whole competition series here, but shout out to the Thunder.
And her unique talent is super, super cool. She can do paper origami with a twist. She can make basketball hoops and vending machines out of paper. That is how do you figure out you can do that? Like, especially at age 9, be like, yes, I can do this. Like, who taught her that?
That's so funny. All right, Piper finished out with 5 out of 10. And next up we have Ella. So Ella's coming at us from Rogers, Bentonville, Arkansas. And let's see here. Came out of regionals making 19 out of 25. She competed at the state competition in 2025 and fun fact, her sister competed with her at regionals in 2026. So this year, her sister was at regionals with her.
Wow. Some family competition going on.
Of course, being from Arkansas, she's a Razorbacks fan. So she's got that Arkansas Razorbacks t-shirt on, which is her lucky charm. And her unique talent is playing the piano. So again, some fun, unique talents here that we're seeing.
Oh yeah. Talented all the way around. And she's coming from regionals with 19 out of 25 and 17 at state. And she is not taking any dribbles. Practice routines, I found my rhythm and, spin the ball, sit a little bit. I believe we do pretty recent, pretty new, kind of like a shot clock, a timer, I believe. I'm not sure how long that is, but yeah, we would be here all day if we did not have that. Back in
Right.
our day, it's like if you need 5 minutes to shoot, you have 5 minutes to shoot. But yeah, I think it's interesting seeing all the kids, with their little routines, if they step back or, dribble or don't dribble. So very, very unique routines. But you guys got to, stick with it. Keep it simple.
And I know for sure I took 3 dribbles when I stepped up to the line. My eyes did not leave the rim. And when I established that routine at 8 years old, I still had the same routine in college.
Oh, wow.
And so it's like these girls are just forming their free throw routine. And anytime you step up, it doesn't matter now or 5 years later, 10 years later, that routine can be the exact same.
Yeah, just building habits. I mean, obviously that resilience we talked about, but they're getting into habits of, okay, if I really want something, I have to put in work, and that's just a skill and life lesson that's going to carry out, in college and after college and things like that.
So Ella finished out with 7 out of 10. Now we're moving on to our 12th shooter with Cameron Tackle, and Cameron is out of Rochester, Minnesota, lodge number 1091. And again, that 12th shooter. So I would love to know Cameron's mindset. Did she like being 12th? Did she like going last? Like you said, save the best for last. So we'll see what Cameron can do here. But I've got to also shout out Cameron's coming out of my region, number 3. So Cameron shot at regionals in Iowa City, making 21 out of 25. And again, just speaking back to my days, the Iowa City region was number 3, consisting of Iowa, Illinois, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. And I know I saw some Minnesota shooters this morning, so I think Minnesota and Wisconsin might have a strong presence here today.
And just for our viewers, I mean, this is our first round. We shoot 10, and then the next round, once Miss Cameron takes her seat, we're no more practice shots. We're going straight 15. So anything can happen. I know people kind of run into it, be like, oh, you only missed 2 in the first one. Anything can happen in the next 15. You don't have that warm-up shot. Usually it is freezing in this arena. I competed in this arena too. So usually it is like an iceberg in here. I think we got that situated, but you're nice and warm. You sat down for a little bit, but you're going to go straight up to that line and shoot 15. So, anything can happen.
And I've got to speak on the experience of, you can see in the background here, the first few shooters have put on jackets to kind of keep themselves warm while they are sitting there and waiting. Because after that first shooter goes, like, you're sitting there for a little bit, watching. And as we move on to our next set of shots here for Sophia, she's going to shoot 15 now. And as we said, no practice free throws. So we're going straight into shot number 11. And let me tell you, honestly, this speaks to what I'm about to say. Sophia just sat there for quite a little bit, and my hands were always sweaty coming back up to shoot the shot number 11. And my parents and I still laugh about how many number 11 shots I missed after sitting there. I won nationals in 2006, making 24 out of 25. Missed shot number 11.
Oh, wow.
And so it's just like, girl, I can relate. I know how hard it is to come up and shoot that shot number 11 because you've been sitting there for quite a bit. So it was always just so important to wipe your hands off, regather yourself, and just step up confident shooting that next set.
Yeah, and anyone watching, you saw the ref line judge give a T that's just, even if there was a make or a miss, does not count. Just for some technicals, it's either passing the line. That's usually what the technical is. So whether Miss Sophia made that or not, that will not count. But regather yourself, regather Miss Sophia, and finish out strong. That's all you can do.
And sometimes it is hard to get back into a groove. So it looks like she started to find that now, but kind of took her a second as she stepped back up. And that's not abnormal to see.
Yeah, my hands were always sweaty, just cold sweat and putting your hands on your shorts and just trying to keep yourself warm, but you're like, oh, my hands are sweaty. How can I stop this?
Right. All right, Sophia finishing out making 15 out of 25. So we'll see kind of here what the other girls can do with their set of 15.
Miss Braylon, she shot 9 out of 10 first round, so off to a
Shot
great
number
start.
11,
Yeah.
no challenge
Yeah.
for Braylon. And again, it's that former experience that can really kind of help you and play to your advantage, as I'm sure she knew what to expect stepping back up to the line.
And for those watching, I mean, your order of shooting is random. You don't get to pick where you shoot, when you shoot, and that's with anything at district, at regionals, wherever you come. So you could be shooting, first, at regionals, but you're shooting last here at nationals. So it's just changing in that adaptation to that change. So, I stick to my routine and nothing's gonna phase me. So Miss Braylon looks locked in, eyes on the rim, and she has been on a roll so far, so let's see if she can keep that up.
And Braylon, to get to Chicago, made 23 at the lodge competition, 24 out of 25 at districts, 23 at state, and 23 at regionals. So Braylon is used to hitting at least 22, 23 shots to make it to the next level, and we'll see if that will be the case today. But so these are some of the higher numbers. Again, Braylon is coming into national shooting 93% with her other competitions. So she's one of our higher percentages.
Yeah, go Region 11. That's mine. So let's go, Braylon.
And it's always so fun to see. I'm interested in talking to these kids kind of about their hometowns and what that looks like. You know, I can recall my lodge in my hometown. I had a town of 10,000, and it was something that like everyone knew about, and it was like kind of a big deal. And so at 9 years old, I was like, why is everyone like so hyped up about this? You know, like I didn't know. And now to just look back, it's so cool to know the support that these girls are getting from their hometowns and from their local lodges, and just how, important that is. And now I can be so appreciative of how my hometown handled it all. But Braylon finished out with 23 out of 25. So we'll see if any of these other girls can follow that up and match that.
And Miss Marina just made her 11th shot too and seems to be focused. So these two were pretty close too. That always happens. Usually the first in front of you, the one behind you, you're really close. So
and to kind of comment, Gabby, you mentioned you competed at nationals here in Chicago. So for our viewers to know, and again, I'm dating myself, but in 2006, 2007, 2008, when I competed at nationals, we were in Springfield, Massachusetts. And so Springfield, Massachusetts is the home of the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame. And again, the birthplace of basketball. And that was something we competed in Springfield. So we got to go to the Basketball Hall of Fame on Friday before the competition on Saturday. And so again, I look back and I'm just like so appreciative of that experience. And as Dennis talked about at the beginning, the winners of each division get their name and photo in that Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. And it's incredible to now just see these girls like have that opportunity. But with the experience now being in Chicago, they fly the winners out to Springfield to see their name in the Hall of Fame. And so back when I competed, it was motivation to make it back to nationals. If you won, you wanted to make it back.
Oh, yeah.
Because that was an opportunity for me to see my own name in the Hall of Fame, which was wild to think about. And now it's like, it's a different experience here in
Mhm.
Chicago. It's more centralized in the country for all the contestants coming in. But I really don't take that for granted, you know,
Oh,
being
yeah.
able to go out to Massachusetts and see the Hall of Fame in person and to have that be our Friday experience
Yeah, that was
beforehand.
really nice. Yeah, and for our viewers, I mean, just a little history. The Elks, I guess her first lodge or headquarters actually is in Chicago. So, one reason that Chicago's not a coincidence, we didn't just choose it on the map.
Yep.
Elks has a lot of history here in Chicago. So, yeah.
And Marina finished out with 23 out of 25, matching Braylon in
Yeah.
front of her. So we may or may not see a shootout here at the end, but they're going to keep it exciting. Now we move on to Malia. And again, Malia is coming at us from Arizona. Made it to state last year, and now she's back at nationals.
Yeah, in the practice gym, I talked to Marina's dad, and she just looked, very hard on herself. And her dad was, I was like, it's usually the opposite, it's usually the parents kind of, get it together kind of thing. But her dad was very sweet, very understanding, and he was just like, no, I'm just gonna let her, take her time to breathe, make sure and just always have fun. Like I said, I'm from San Antonio, so coming out here in Chicago, that was my first time going practically much anywhere out of my state. So I was just so happy to be in this, big, beautiful city from, San Antonio. So I took it all in, ate some deep dish pizza. So yeah, so that was fun.
And again, I think it's just so important. Like, it's a whole experience for the family.
Mhm.
And I remember my parents, just the first year that I made it to nationals, it was all about enjoying the experience, as you're talking about. It was just go and have fun.
Yeah.
And I've always been one that's probably more hard on myself
Yeah.
than I need to be, and having those high expectations for myself. But I think I owe that part of me now to the hoop shoot
Mhm.
because, like, I wanted to win
Yeah.
and I was there to win.
Yeah.
But my parents were like, Lakin, let's have some
Like-
fun while we're here. And so again, it was like I was all business leading up to the shoot, and then after all was said and done, then we were all friends.
Yeah,
And that's just also so important to take into consideration.
Yeah, you play hard, you work hard. I think yeah, I'm close with Faith. We competed together. She was a backboard member for a year or two, so we were really close. I was so mad. She like won, but I got second place. So, but but we're really close friends now. So yeah, just little memories like that and having fun.
Malia finished out with 22 out of 25. So not far behind Braylon and Marina. But now we have Kyla at the line. Kyla coming at us from North Dakota.
Some beautiful names. Kyla's such a pretty name. So
And I've got to also mention, you talked about you still being close, good friends with Faith, and just the competition that came with someone that you competed against, but then like became friends later. A little short story in 2008. So 2008 was my third year in a row making it back to nationals, which is crazy to think about. It was Lakin Bolts versus Maggie Goltz. And so Maggie and I shot right next to each other in the lineup. And
they did that on purpose.
I was like, yeah, what's behind this? But it became kind of like a storyline.
Yeah.
Maggie came back to nationals after being there before. I was now returning for the third time. And they made it a storyline of Lakin Bolts versus Maggie Goltz. And let me tell you, Maggie got the best of me. She finished first that year. I came in second. But again, being a little like innocent, naive 10-year-old, 10, 11-year-old, I was thrilled to be taking home a different colored trophy.
Oh, yeah.
So I went home with gold and first place trophy in 2006. In 2008, I went home with a silver trophy.
Yeah.
And, my mom and dad were like, how do you feel? You got second. That's so cool. I was like, I get to take home a different colored trophy. Like,
that's such a good thing to see the positive. I was so happy with, finally getting the big trophy my second, my last year actually aging out at 13. which I would think is pretty impressive. But we were on the plane too, and like taking those things home.
Oh my
And they were
god.
like, the flight attendant was like, "Oh, do you want to put it up?" I said, "No one is taking this away from me. I
Yep.
am holding it. I'm sleeping with it." I think my mom has a picture of me just like in the plane sleeping with this. So I was like, it was as big as me.
Yep.
So I was like, no one is putting a hand on them. This is mine.
Yep, those
So
trophies. I was always the shortest one. I was always the smallest one competing, and those trophies were bigger than I was. And it's funny. I just went home for Easter a few weekends ago, and my parents still have my trophies at the house, and that trophy's still up to my hip.
yeah.
And I'm like, what the heck?
Haven't grown much.
Yeah, if that's saying something. All right, so we've got Hadley at the line here. Kyla finished out in front of her with 18 out of 25. We still got Braylon, Marina, and Malia leading the charge with 23 and 22, but we'll see what Hadley can do here. And Hadley had to make her final last 10 shots in the South Central Regionals to win to make it to Nationals. So she can pull out a good streak in her. She likes to stay calm under pressure.
Which is so, like I said, so impressive for, these young competitors, 8 and 9. I mean, like I said, I was freaking out at 10, 11, 12, and 13. But these 8 and 9-year-olds don't break a sweat. They are so cool, calm, and collected. So shout out to the 8 and 9-year-old competitors today. And you would notice she is a little bit far back from the line, so the 8 and 9-year-olds shoot a little bit closer. Both the 8 and 9-year-old boys and girls also with a 28.5 women's ball. The only other competitors that shoot with the bigger ball is of course the 12 and 13-year-old boys. But after the 8 and 9 competitions, you'll see the shooters step back to the normal regular free throw line. Both with the 28.5 women's balls as well.
Hadley finished out with 14 out of 25. Now we are on to Paisley. Again, Paisley loves to be called PG6. That's her nickname. We got Paisley, aka PG6 from Colorado. Paisley's dream vacation is to go to Disney World.
Wow.
So, again, we've seen a couple Hawaiis
Mm-hmm.
in here, but Paisley wants to go to Disney World.
Yeah, almost all of I would say like half want to go to Hawaii.
Paisley's getting to a nice little routine
Mhm.
here. She looks confident. She looks comfortable.
Yeah. Did you ever count everyone, like other shooters, misses or makes?
I was well aware. I was well aware. I was keeping track when I probably shouldn't have been, but yeah, I was always aware of not only if I missed any, but yeah, I was paying attention to what the other girls were doing, and I think again just used that to like fuel me. You know, it was like
Yeah.
fire.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was always too aware.
Yeah, Miss Paisley finished 21 out of 25. We have Miss Logan up to the line. So that 11th shot, she made it.
And it's so funny we talk about, just how nervous the parents are
Oh yeah.
watching this. And I would always come back and you can kind of see the girls in the background like paying attention to their parents in the stands.
Oh yeah.
My parents would always kind of like give me a nod
Oh.
if just to let me know that I had won. And so it was always like my parents were keeping track of everybody. And then I would look back at them when I would finish up or when the last girl would go, and they'd kind of give me a signal
Mhm.
of whether or not I had enough to pull it out. So again, yeah, it's just like your parents are just as nervous as the shooters are.
Mhm.
I know my mom, back in my time of shooting, like we had camcorders that you could record with. Even Gabby's like, yeah, not a thing in my era. And like my mom's hand would just be shaking
Oh,
as she was like
wow.
recording and videoing. It's like we didn't really have iPhones out like they are now. So, and again, I sat next to the Coleman, Alabama family with Avery and the 10 and 11 group on the bus over here this morning. And I just heard her mom say, deep breath. And I was like, honestly, is that for you or is that for
you.
Avery?
Well, not to make you feel older, but I was born in 2004.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
So, like I said, I just turned 22 a week ago. So, yeah.
Well, and how fun that, like I have my experience in Springfield, Massachusetts, which looked different
Yeah.
than how they do it here in Chicago
Mhm.
now. But to be able to come back and, help make this experience as well as we possibly can for these kiddos is so fun. And Logan finished out at 22. So her and Malia are neck and neck. And now we've got Alexandria Wood back at the line in her nice sparkly Jordan outfit.
Like I said, I need one, so I'm gonna go right after this. Talk to Mrs. Wood and see where can I get some of those shorts.
And Alexandria likes showing cattle. Her unique talent is showing cattle. So again, it's just so cool. Again, the girl that I sat by on the bus ride over here, she loved to wake surf.
Oh
And
wow!
so I'm like, there's just, it takes so much practice and determination to succeed at this age with a basketball in your hand. But at a young age, they're also they've got other things that they love to do. And so to hear about those are really cool.
See, I think my secret talent is yapping anyone's ear off.
So this is probably why they have
Yeah,
you doing this.
yeah. No, this is if anyone remembers me from last year. I did this last year. It was a blast. I love it here.
And I'm looking at the comments on our live feed here. It looks like Alex has some fans in the chat. So again, that Coleman, Alabama crowd, show Alex some love. We'll have Avery in the next competition. And I think there's a few on the boys' side. Piper has some fans in the chat. Braylon.
I miss Alexandria's dream vacations, which is totally different from what we've seen, is Australia. She wants to go see some koalas in Australia. Me too, Alex. Me too.
And Alex finished out with 13 out of 25. So won't quite be enough to place in the top 3. But again, just what an opportunity to be here. And to be one of the 12 shooters says a lot.
And like we've mentioned before, Dennis, our wonderful announcer, these scores are not 100%, I guess, true until the score sheets have been returned and looked through. Of course, we may have a shootout with Miss Braylon and Miss Marina. So the shootouts will consist of 5 total shots, no practice shots, just straight into it. And if they make 5 for 5, we'll keep going. There's some records we gotta break. How many rounds of practice shots can we take? So yeah, hopefully we see that shoot off soon.
And for our viewers, what you guys see here is the exact same setup that you see at every hoop shoot. So it doesn't matter if it's locals, districts, state, regionals, all the way up to nationals. It is the same format, the same setup. We have official scorekeepers set up around the 3-point line, and they are each keeping track of the shooter scores. And then those are submitted at the end and reviewed, making sure that everybody's aligned on the right scores before those are submitted. And as we mentioned, nothing on this screen is official until that is confirmed at the very end by looking at the score sheets.
And trust me, these scores have been doing it for a while now. So
Yeah.
they're pros longer than I think I've been alive. So
It's just so cool. Every year that I come back, there are faces here that were here when I shot.
yes.
And they were out in Springfield, and it's just so funny. The first year that I came back as a backboard member, gosh, this was probably like 2021 after
Mhm.
COVID. I saw faces at nationals, and they were like, "Lake, and I remember when you shot. When
Oh
you were 8 and 9
wow.
years old, 10 years old." And it just goes to show you the commitment and dedication that the Elks
Mhm.
members have towards this organization, and the opportunity that they provide these kids.
Oh yeah.
They are all so dedicated, so supportive, and they find just as much joy in it all as anybody.
Yes. Shout out to Miss Kim and Mr. Kelly. They were here when I shot, and they're just, like family now. I feel, just so loved and appreciative, and it's always a great time seeing them make my way up to Dallas and Texas, things like that. So they're also from Texas. So shout out to Miss Kim and Mr. Kelly.
And I know if they made that experience for us, I know they're doing the same for these kids.
Oh yeah.
So to do that year after year after year, is just so cool to see. Again, faces that are
Mhm.
veterans,
Yeah.
well experienced. So we've got Ella back at the line here.
Miss Piper finished with 16 out of 25. Then again, no dribbles. Lots of swishes though. That's all you can hear in the in the gym is swish, swish, swish.
You can hear
yeah.
a pin drop.
Yes.
And again, it's just for it to be silent
Mhm.
and to have to feel the pressure
Mhm.
to shoot well. It's like it's completely different than being in a game.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
there's noise, there's people being
Mhm.
loud. So the pressure I feel like doubles down in a situation where you can hear a pin drop in this arena.
I think that's what got me is I never thought I would get stage fright, but then at nationals I was like, whoa, I felt like a celebrity, but it was just all eyes on deck, all eyes on you, and you just feel obviously watched, but that was just enormous pressure to overcome, and that's why I think the returnees, they've gotten a taste for what does this feel
Yep.
like, and I've been here before, I'm comfortable, I know, but it's also really impressive for newcomers to experience that and to overcome that too. So definitely had a little nerves, know exactly what these girls are feeling. So we're with you, and we wish everyone good luck. And Miss Ella just finished with 19 out of 25.
And again, we have Cameron out of Minnesota, Region 3. You can see she took off her jacket before she stepped back up. So it's like these girls, again, are sitting there. And the second round with the shooter shooting 15, you're sitting there for longer than you did the first time around with them only shooting 10.
Yeah.
So, but we've got almost everybody done here. So the other girls, they're relaxing and their job is done.
Yeah.
So we'll see how Cameron can finish things out here.
And a lot of our 8-9-year-old girls are actually 9. So if they come back next year, they might be in the 10 and 11 age group. I believe just a couple of them are 8. But good luck to everyone if they decide to come next year. And it's totally different because they're going to be at a farther distance at a regular nice same size ball, but, a little bit farther.
And it's fun to see, the amount of people that you do meet that have been here before. There was a shirt, I know there's a family on the boys' side. They made shirts, and it's funny because my family did this for when I went to nationals. We made like shirts with a Lakin and the hoop shoot, and my family would wear them. But we saw a family this morning, and the back of their shirt said "Jack is back," and so it's like, okay, Jack.
Okay.
So we know we have some returners here to nationals, with Jack being one of them. And if you guys are in the comments, go ahead and just let your shooters know you're watching, know that you did watch. And again, they can come back and watch this later. So it looks like we've got someone telling Paisley, great job. Someone tuning in from California. Go Piper.
And Miss Cameron just finished with 17 out of 25. Once again, these scores are not final. They will confirm that at the scores table. But I think we're about to have a shoot off with Miss Marina and Miss Braylon, both shooting 23 out of 25. Following that, we have Logan and Malia with 22 out of 25.
So we're going to see at least a shoot off for first, second, and third.
Yes.
Which isn't necessarily all that common. I know there's definitely shoot offs, but for the whole podium to be determined by a shoot off is kind of unique. So this will be exciting. And again, Marina, Braylon, Logan, and Malia will step up and shoot 5 free throws in the shoot off. And as Gabby said earlier, you do not get any practice shots. So Marina will step up first because we do go in shooting order. Braylon will go first, and Braylon will shoot 5. Marina will step up and shoot 5, and then if needed, we'll go into a second round of 5 to determine until someone makes more.
I went off to a shoot off. I think I made 22 out of 25, and then I was like, I already came this close, and that trophy is not slipping away from my hands. It's not getting any farther. So I was like, and I think I was first shooter. So I think, being in front of that other shooter really gave me an advantage. So I was like, I'm going to make my mark. And I'm not sure. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. But I think I made like 5 for 5, and then I was like, yeah, I'm ending this now.
Right, yeah. And I'm sure the nerves are just a little heightened going into a shoot off. And again, these girls just sat there for quite a while as everybody went through their round of 15. So now it's coming down to the nitty gritty.
Yeah. I wonder how the boys are doing. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I wonder how the boys are doing. So much fun.
And again, we'll see Braylon again is going to step up to the line. Braylon has been to nationals before last year. So coming out with a fresh experience. Her mom made it to nationals 4 times, which is wild to think about. So I know the family's excited to see how this is going to play out.
Yeah.
So we'll go at it for a little bit longer here on the girls' end. It'll take some time to get through these shoot-offs. We'll see how many shoot-offs it takes to determine, but we are going to determine first, second, and third right now. So we'll see. Someone is going to be knocked out, either Malia or Logan.
My mom sent me, she said she's commented on YouTube. Shout out to my mom. Thank you, Mom. Yeah, no matter how old you get, I think parents, always support you no matter what. What'd she say? I need to know what she said.
And just for our viewers to know, they're actually going to shoot for third place first.
Yes.
So Braylon and Marina will wait to determine first and second until the shoot-offs have happened to determine third place. So first up, we will have Malia shooting her first 5, and then Logan will step up and shoot her 5 to determine third place.
Yes. And for the viewers, if you're just can't follow or a little confused, for first and second place, obviously first Miss Braylon and Marina, whoever wins that one obviously will be placed first, but then the one that doesn't place first will obviously place second, so that's how the shoot-offs go. Miss Malia also doing no dribbles in her routine.
All right, Malia had no issues with
Yeah,
that shoot
she
off.
easy peasy.
So Malia made 5 out of 5, and now Logan will step up to shoot her 5 to place third. She needs to match this and make all 5 and force another shoot off.
And she just hit her first shot. All swishes from here. That's what it sounds like. That's what it looks like.
And it's just at that moment you kind of you can sense the feeling of
Yeah.
defeat. And it's like, oh. So that determined our third place finish. And it looks like Malia is going to come out with that with 27 out of 30. And now we will look to determine first and second with Braylon and Marina. And I see a few comments here about the 10 and 11 age group. So when the 8 and 9 concludes, we will take a short break. We will actually have some recognition pieces in between the two competitions, and we will come back live here shortly after the break to start that 10 and 11. It'll be the same process. Shooters will get, their practice shots, and then we'll go live with competition.
Yeah, so after Braylon finishes and we possibly another shoot off if they make all 5 again. But there'll be some announcements made, and then Mr. Dennis, our announcer, will be announcing first, second, and third place. They will come up to the scores table, get their trophy, take some pictures, and then that will conclude. And this will happen for both sides, for both the 8 and 9-year-old girls and boys. So that brief little break in between, and then we'll jump right into the 10 and 11.
So Braylon made 4 out of 5 shots. So Marina will at least have to hit 4 to force a shoot off. The perfect 5 will not happen.
I'm like holding my breath too. I'm like,
So Marina will need to make this to force another shoot off. All right, so we'll come back. Braylon will step back up to the line.
And again, it's 5 shots each round of shoot off, so it never changes, never goes more or less. And just straight into it. And Braylon just making her first shot.
And again, this is to determine our national champion.
Yes, so
this is
serious
it.
competition here. Those in and out ones just get you. Also, just like seeing you miss, and then just telling yourself, regathering, and just okay, I'm gonna finish strong, and I'm gonna make the next.
You have to immediately bounce back.
Yes,
which is again at a young age such a special skill to learn. To know how crucial a miss can be in this situation. Put yourself in the position of maybe like game-winning free throws.
Yeah.
And to miss one, but then know that like the next shot matters just as much.
And Miss Marina is starting off strong, 2 for 2 so far. And so we had Miss Braylon just finishing with 31 out of 35, and Miss Marina 32 out of 35.
So Marina will take it.
Yeah.
Yep. As long as all these scores are official. And it looks like we have a shoot off on the boys' end as well. So they're going through the same process on the other end of the court to determine their podium.
And you wouldn't think, the 8 and 9-year-olds would go into shoot-off stakes, but like I said, we had some serious competition, and I feel like the competition just grows and grows and grows each year, from all ages, from all age groups, and so.
And I believe on the boys' end, there were 4 boys who shot 24 out of
Oh my
25 to force a shoot off. So the other end down there has some serious numbers being put up to determine our winners. So shout out to those 8 and 9-year-old boys. 24 out of 25. That's what I won nationals at in
Wow.
2006. So, yeah, they're putting up some good numbers on the other end. But again, here with the 8 9-year-old girls, we have, as long as these scores are official, we have Marina coming out as our national champion at 32 out of 35 with a few shoot-offs, with Braylon Nickerson out of New Mexico following right behind her in second, and then Malia finishing out with third place in a shoot-off with 27 out of 30.
And then just for our viewers, with a 24 out of the 25, in the whole competition, there is another trophy that competitors can win with a perfect score trophy.
Yep.
I guess the boys has concluded.
The boys
so
have
yeah.
concluded. You can see all families can take a deep breath now and recognize the shooters. And I know we will shortly go back to Dennis, as Dennis will then announce the winners. But again, look at, as these refs are doing now, like, it's just incredible for these girls to be here, to put in the practice that it took to get here, and the whole experience in general. And everybody just being so supportive of that. I know there's some girls sitting there that are surely disappointed, but as we talked about, they're 8 and 9. So there's so many more opportunities for them to make it back next year. And again, obviously, we're going to have some winners come out of the day, but you know, again, using the results as fuel to the fire to make it back. And I know even at like my local competition and districts, you see all of the volunteers going through and shaking the kids' hands, giving everybody some love. That is something that they do at all the competitions.
Yes.
So it just, whether you're at locals, whether you're at districts, whatever experience you're bringing to the table, these kids are getting to experience this all the way through to nationals. And so now they're just at the biggest stage.
Oh yeah, I think that's what the Elks are, is just love. I mean, becoming an Elk officially back in January, it's just all love to the community, to the kids, to everyone. I mean, to the volunteers, to our regional directors. I have officially become a local district coordinator as well. So
For your district
yes.
competition? Yep.
So for San Antonio, y'all will see me. No one from Texas. I believe a 10 and 11 girl from Texas. She is competing. So happy to see her. But yeah, we're just all love here. I mean, from the broadcasters and everything.
Yep. And I know for sure my family is heavily involved in the Elks. My dad is a long-time Elks member. I grew up with my grandparents at the Elks, and so I was just like an Elks kid. And now I talk about the Elks. You know, I'm in Kansas City now, and I'll talk about it, and a lot of people are like, "Wait, I don't know what that is."
Yeah.
Like, how do you not?
Yeah.
So we'll go over the scores here. They're going to make all of these official before we announce the winners. Again, for the people watching at home, just go ahead and shoot out some comments to your shooters, who you're supporting. Again, just tremendous effort by everyone involved, all the competitors, and they'll be able to come back and watch this. So show your local shooters some love here.
And you see Nathan, big shout out to Nathan. He is running this whole thing. He's our hoop shoot director for nationals, so you'll see him around. A couple of pictures. You're gonna be like, "Who's that?"
And I've got to shout out. Yeah. I've got to shout out Tony right there.
Yeah.
So Tony's coming out of my region, number 3.
Yes.
And I've known Tony for a long time. Tony comes out of the good state of Wisconsin, and has been involved for years.
Oh yeah.
And so just coming back and, as mentioned earlier, you know, now that we're older, we have the opportunity to help give back and volunteer. I love going back home to my local lodge. My parents still help.
Oh.
My mom is a scorekeeper at our local competitions, as well as districts that run through our lodge. My dad is an official line referee.
Wow.
So
yeah.
they both carry the duties as well. But then coming back to nationals and I get to see Tony, even at regionals.
Oh yeah.
It's just like seeing these faces
Mhm.
year after year are so fun.
The same thing with Keith and Beth Stanley. Lots and lots of
How
love.
about it one more time for some amazing 8 and 9-year-old shooters?
All right, we're going to pass it over to Dennis now as we're going to announce our podium winners. So we'll be back shortly.
Welcoming to the floor regional directors Brandon Wilkinson, Jeff Franklin, Steve Lucas, Brenda Shaw, and Kelly McDermott to present medallions. To our first, second, and third place winners in the 8, 9-year-old boys and girls divisions, everyone please remain seated during the medal presentation. We go to the girls' end of the floor first, and in third place with a score of 22 out of 25 and 5 of 5 on one tiebreaker, give it up for Fountain Hills, Arizona, number 2846 representative, Malia Robinson. Again, all of these pictures will be available to you on Flickr in the days and weeks ahead. The national runner-up with a score of 23 out of 25 and 8 of 10 on two tiebreakers and representing Silver City, New Mexico Lodge number 413. Give it up for Braylon Nickerson. And our 8, 9-year-old girls national champ with a score of 23 out of 25 and 9 of 10 on two tiebreakers and representing Lambertville, New Jersey, number 1070, Marina Abu Daoud. Give it up for all the girls in the 8, 9-year-old division, and congratulations to Marina. Over on our boys' side of the floor, in third place with a score of 24 out of 25 and 3 of 5 on one tiebreaker, representing Lodge 604 from Grand Island, Nebraska. Make some noise for Clayton Volk, ladies and gentlemen. As you saw, we had 4 boys tied with 24 out of 25. What a competitive division this has been today. The national runner-up with a score of 24 out of 25 and 12 of 15 on 3 tiebreakers, representing Newcastle Lodge number 484 in Indiana. It's Cooper Cook, ladies and gentlemen. And our national champion with a score of 24 out of 25 and 14 of 15 on the 3 tiebreakers, representing Artesia, New Mexico Lodge number 1717. Put your hands together for Kayan Montoya. Congratulations to Kayan and all of our 8, 9-year-old boys. Now, all the winners, please head over to the regional directors to take a picture. All 3 winners for the boys and 3 winners for the girls. We're going to take a picture with your fans, the audience in the background. This is something new we're going to do this year, so you guys make some gestures in the background when we're getting this picture taken. You're going to look at me, kids. You're going to look at me. And then we'll have the audience in the background. Yeah, that's what we want. So we want some peace signs in the background there, yeah. Yeah, baby. All right, and on three, everybody say Elks. 1, 2, 3. Woo! We'll do it one more time. Vanessa, are you ready? 1, 2, 3. That's awesome. You guys are rocking and rolling this morning. Now we'd like to have all of the 9-year-old finalists join everybody at center court for a one group photo. And yes, you can give them a round of applause. This is a big experience for these 8, 9-year-old kids. "24 of the best free throw shooters in the country. Right here, baby. We're going to line them up here. And again, these pictures will all be available to you in the days and weeks ahead. So have no fear. Vanessa and her crew will make them all available. RDs, if you're within earshot, hop in the background there if you have a champion. Wait, here it comes. Grab the mic. All right, everybody say Elks one more time. 1, 2, 3. Yes. The background looks amazing. All right, before we break, we have a few announcements. Don't rush out yet. As a reminder, to win one of our 3 amazing prizes in the Swish Stakes raffle, you must stay through the end of our 12-13 contest or any tiebreakers for our Getty Powell Award, which is the best boy or girl shooter of the day. And then turn in your ticket with all the codes completed. Codes will be announced throughout the contest and winners selected after the 12-13 division, and you must be present to win, remember that. Momentarily, we will ask you to turn your attention to center court for recognition of the 2026 class of Elks Hoop Shoot Hall of Famers. As a reminder, lunch will be served in the Dibs Club on the 2nd floor after the 10-11-year-old contest. And please, no one on the floor between divisions, please. No finalists, no attendees, no unauthorized personnel. The 10-11-year-old contest will begin after our Elks Hall of Fame ceremony, which will begin in just a minute.
All right, and that concludes today's 2026 Girls Elks National Finals competition here at the 8 and 9-year-olds. Congrats to Marina and congrats to Kion down on the other end on the boys' side. We had some good competition today with several shootouts. So thank you guys for tuning in. Hopefully you guys got a little taste of what this all looks like here in Chicago.
Yeah, and viewers back online, you will see me again for the 10 and 11 girls.
And I will be back on for the 12 and 13. So stick around. If you're able to support from home, please do so. And again, thanks for supporting your guys' local shooters. We're just happy to bring this experience to you live. So thank you guys again. We're going to go on a short break here as we do the Hall of Fame inductions and come back at you live with the 10 and 11-year-old girls age group.
Good morning, Internet. We are coming at you from Wintrust Arena in beautiful Chicago, Illinois for the Elks Hoop Shoot National Finals. I'm Jim O'Kelly. I'm with the two-time national finalist, Gabby Nunez.
Yes, hi, good morning.
We're going to bring you the 10-11 girls competition. Now, not too long ago, Gabby, you were out there taking your warm-up shots. What are these girls thinking about? What are they fretting about? What are they excited about?
I mean, just nerves. I was just talking about my hands being sweaty. I mean, it's cold in that gym. It's always been cold in that gym. I practice and competed in this gym as well. So just, try not to be nervous, trying to calm yourself down, breathe. Also, just try not to think about anyone else. Think about yourself. How well can you do? They're excited just to get this thing started, getting rolling, get some hardware to take home. So, have lots of fun. Just so ease your nerves, take deep breaths, try not to look at mom and dad.
Well, when it comes
Yeah.
to staying calm, half of these girls have a little bit of an advantage because they have been here before. Two of these girls were competing last year in 8-9, and four of them competed against each other in 8-9
Yeah.
2 years ago.
Yeah, no, we had some serious competition back in the A9. We're gonna see them probably again when they're 10 and 11. So nothing new about some friendly competition. I mean, if y'all saw the first A9-year-old round for both boys and girls, that was intense. So I can just imagine the 10 and 11-year-olds.
Both sides, we had shoot-offs, and we had a finalist going home edged out. We had a two-way fight, two-way tie for third on the girl side. One of those girls went home empty-handed. On the boys' side, four-way tie for first.
Yeah.
So somebody gets edged off the podium there.
Yeah.
We're going to bring you all the action for girls 8-9. If you haven't seen a hoop shoot before, what's going to happen is they're going to take 25 shots over 2 rounds.
Yes.
During that first round of 10 shots, they will tell the line judge whether they want 0 to 5 warm-up shots.
The second code is the year that the Elks Hoop Shoot became
Let's
a national
go to the
program,
PA announcer,
and that is
Dennis Sabo.
1972. So that is the next code for you on line 2. You're going to write 1972. As a reminder, to win one of the 3 amazing prizes for the Swish Stake raffle, you must turn in your complete ticket following the last code and then stay to the end of the 12-13 contest or tiebreakers if necessary, because you need to be present to win. So 1972, your second code. All right, we're back. As the contestants get ready to step up to the line for this contest steps back from the 8-9-year-old contest, with the 10-11 division competing at the regulation free throw line for the title of national champion. The winners of all 3 contests will have their names and pictures displayed in the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame in Springfield, Massachusetts. And now let me once again turn it over to my partner, Abby Knupp, to go over the rules.
Thank you, Dennis. And now, a quick refresher of the rules. To make sure the contest is enjoyable for everyone, we ask that all Hoop Shoot fans follow these rules. Rule number 1, phones should be set to silent. Rule number 2, please respect the finalists. No exiting the gym, no moving while contestants are shooting, and please, please try to make as little noise as possible. Rule number 3, no flash photos. All photos from our professional photographer will be available on Flickr in the next few weeks, and we will email all attendees a link. And lastly, hold all applause until all finalists have finished shooting at both ends of the court, especially in the event of shoot-offs. If you didn't get all that, please refer to pages 2 and 3 of your contest scoring booklet for a complete list of rules. Follow along in your contest booklet or by watching the Jumbotron, but please note that all scores kept in contest booklets or on the screen are unofficial. Official results will be announced at the end of the contest, and then they will later be posted to elks.org/hoopshoot. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, for those who may have come in late, please turn your attention to center court, where Regional Directors Brandon Wilkins and Jeff Rumler will demonstrate the official signals used to indicate made or missed shots during the hoop shoot. When a free throw counts, referees will indicate the shot is good by this signal. When a shot does not count due to a miss, referees will indicate no score by this signal. When a shot does not count due to a violation, referees will indicate no score by this signal. You'll find a complete list of contest officials on page 10 of your contest scoring booklet.
And now it's time to meet the 10, 11-year-old 2026 Hoop Shoot National Finalists. Starting with the girls. Representing Riverton, Wyoming, number 1693, Desi Inman. From Augusta, Maine, lodge number 964, Harper Small. From Clovis, California, lodge number 2599, give it up for Jordan Hidalgo. Representing Coleman, Alabama, number 1609, make some noise for Avery Strickland. From Hagerstown, Maryland, number 378, it's Cameron Fleming, ladies and gentlemen. Representing Brookings, South Dakota, number 1490, give it up for Carolina Mebius. Hailing from Freehold, New Jersey, representing lodge 1454, it's Amaris Ton. Representing Boise, Idaho, lodge number 310, give it up for Ari Komoda. From Winchester, Kentucky, number 2816, Layla Miracle. Representing Arlington, Texas, number 2114, Kate Fulton, ladies and gentlemen. From Brainerd, Minnesota, number 615, give it up for Darcy Martini. And representing Chillicothe, Ohio, lodge 52, make some noise for Ainsley Weaver. And now for the 10-11 boys from Lewiston, Idaho, number 896. Give it up for Slade Sheldon. Representing Ohio, River Valley, lodge number 231. Make some noise for Leonidas Regal. Hailing from Nashua, New Hampshire, number 720, Jack Young. Fort Smith, Arkansas, lodge 341 gives us Jaden Gilliard. Representing El Dorado, Kansas, number 1407, give it up for Garrett Hadley. Representing lodge 1267 from Dalton, Georgia, Edward Wilbanks. From Severna Park, Maryland, number 2482, give it up for Mr. Jack Burke. Representing Cedar Grove, New Jersey, number 2237, Dylan Bogdansky. From Kaukauna, Wisconsin, number 962, make some noise for Cash Yankee. Representing Holbrook, Arizona, number 2450, it's Tucker Orton. From Shreveport, Louisiana, lodge number 122, give it up for Marcus Johnson Jr. And from Anaconda, Montana, number 239, Trey Estes. This is it. We are ready for our 10-11 division. We wish all contestants the best of luck. Regional directors, when you say so, you may start the contest at your end. Please close the doors, silence your phones, and the contest is now underway.
All right, the 10-11 girls are gathered around line judge Jeff Rumler. right now to get some instruction before we begin. Jeff is a member of Sanford, Florida Lodge number 1241, and Gabby, Sanford Lodge is having a watch party today.
Yeah.
So hello, Sanford. I should tell you, I understand that they're lucky to have a secret cabal working at Sanford behind the scenes to get things done. It's a group calls themselves the Boss Ladies and Handlers. You go, girls. Who's the first shooter?
Our first shooter is DC Eman. She is shooting first with 17, coming in from regionals with 17. Before that, 13 at state.
So you heard Dennis mention during announcements that this is the 10-11. They're making the jump 4 feet back to the actual free throw line. It can be tough your first year in that division, making that adjustment.
Oh yeah, shooting first and also shooting last. Same size ball though, so unless you change your routine, I think you should be good to go.
It's interesting. Some of the hoop shooters like to shoot first to put pressure on their opponents. Obviously, you can't guard against a free throw,
Yeah.
but what you can do is put pressure on
Oh
your
yeah.
opponents. Others like to go toward the end so they know what they need. So Desi told the line judge how many practice shots she wanted. She gets up to 5. And when we're ready to count for score, he will make eye contact with each of the 3 scorers before the shots count for score. Now, behind Jeff, that scored in our shot, that's his wife, Kristen. And it's a real Elks love story, those two. They met at a national convention in 2012. They're both from Florida, both Florida Elks, but they met at a national convention. And then the next year, they got married at the Elks National Convention.
That's so sweet.
All right, here we go for score. Desi Inman.
And that first shot, that first real shot is always a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, how do you bounce back from that, right?
Yeah. But I am enjoying her routine. I also spun the ball, also took a couple dribbles. I know it's a couple of the 8, 9-year-olds. We did not see any dribbles at all. We did not see any spins whatsoever. So I just always love seeing everyone's different routines.
Well, she stuck to her routine, had faith in her routine, and it worked for her in that third shot. And again, she's now in a groove.
Once again, for our viewers, scores are not final until all shooters have shot and the score table has been looked over by all scorers.
Yeah, that's a good point. The official scores, there are 3 of them in an arc wearing the light blue shirts, and their scores are the ones that matter. We're bringing you this score. We think it's going to be accurate. We think what you're going to tell you, what we tell you are the actual results, but it's not official until you hear it from the contest announcer.
And with that jump to a farther line, a farther distance with the 10 and 11-year-olds, we may or may not see some technicals. You'll see the line judge with a T mark, making it with both his hands. So that is usually just, stepping on the line, stepping over the line. Nothing too big, but something to look out for.
All right, she'll have a long time to sit down and think about that. She just went 6 out of 10.
Yes.
11 more shooters. The 12 finalists today, they're the 12 regional champions. The country's divided into 12 regions. They all advance from local to district to state and then regional competition. Those regional finals happened in February and March. That's where these girls punched their ticket to the national finals.
We have Miss Harper Small, and she's getting ready to shoot her 10.
From Augusta, Maine. We had Wyoming, our first shooter, and this one's from Maine. Harper got her own rebound there, but she has to hand it back to the line judge, who will hand it to her. Once the line judge presents the ball, the shooter has 10 seconds to take that shot. Harper's going to want to collect herself here.
She does. It's just all about recovery. You know, you seeing a miss, you just want to envision, okay, I'm going to make the next one, and just keep that mindset throughout.
Now, it's been a long time since anything less than a 22 won this division. Anything can happen, of course, but you have to go all the way back to 1981.
Wow. And for our viewers, our backboard members, Miss Hannah and Miss Julie, are on there, our rebounders. They're also past contestants as well.
Officially the Hoop Shoot Advisory Board, right?
Yeah.
We call them the backboard. Gabby's a member. And what are there, 9 of you here?
Yes, I believe so. And I am also an elk. I became one back in January of this year. So, and a local hoop shoot director.
All
so,
right.
yeah.
You know, if you're watching from home and you're interested in learning more about the Elks, you can do that at our website, elks.org.
And Miss Harper, she finished up 4 out of 10, and we have Miss Jordan at the line.
Jordan Hidalgo, and she's the first of our 6 returning national finalists.
And she is coming in with 22 from regionals. So.
Jordan was one of the 4 girls who competed in Girls 8-9 in 2024, and she lost the shoot-off for 3rd, so it just fell off that podium. It's been thinking about that for 2 years now, right?
And then just to see them come back, and then I feel so astonished. They've grown so much. They look a little older, but hey, they're back, and they're better than ever, and it's always a great experience to see them back.
So far, if you're sitting, you know, to the left of these first 3 shooters, you're feeling okay, right? Nobody's really put the pressure on yet. It could be one of those days, like maybe, you know, like I said, it's been 1981 was the last time somebody won with a 22, and 1985 was the last time with a 21.
Also, it's cold in the gym. It's cold if y'all see us. We're wearing jackets too, but it is always freezing in this arena. So I know what their experience is. You have your hands sweaty, but everything else is cold. So
This next contestant is Avery Strickland from Coleman, Alabama, lodge number 1609. She is one of 5 finalists from Coleman, Alabama this year, which is crazy. What's in the water in Coleman?
what are they drinking?
So I said the girls to the left are feeling pretty good. The girls to the right, though, you know, they're not out of this, right? Especially if this cold streak continues to this first round of 10 shots.
Oh yeah, anything can happen. I mean, the second round of shots they're taking, their 5 practice shots maximum, and then going straight into their 10. But the next round is gonna be straight 15, no practice shots. I mean, after sitting for a while, and you know, maybe a little bit longer in terms of routine and shooting for those 15 shots, but straight in it, and anything is a go right now. And Avery's dad has competed in the hoop shoot when he was younger, but he has never made it this far, so Avery's grandma likes to make that point known.
I assume She means her dad's mom. Be
Yeah.
a different spin if it's
Oh
her
yeah.
mom, right?
Yeah. And how cool is that? I mean, just not, seeing your child, but seeing your grandchild compete in the same competition. That is a wonderful, beautiful circle of life.
Yeah, and at this point, the Hoop Shoot's a mature program. That was, I believe, is the 54th national finals. It's been around since 1972 as a national program. So we're starting to see more of that. Parents who had been our national finalists in the past or had just participated at any level of the competition, really. All right, Cameron Fleming was here last year, girls 8-9. She's from Hagerstown, Maryland, lodge number 378. Likes to go by Cam. She needed a shoot-off to get here from regionals, hit 5 out of 5 to advance. Last year, she finished 6th in 8-9.
And her mom also competed.
It really is a testament to the program.
Oh, yeah.
That their parents had a nice experience with it, and they want to share that with their kids.
We should have a lineage tree somewhere, not just in the Hall of Fame, their names. We should have like a whole tree of families, because I'm sure we do. We really do. Camden, actually another backboard member, his uncle CJ was actually a 2-time national.
4-time.
Yeah. Oh, 4-time.
He's a 4-time
wow.
national champion. He's twice won them back to back.
That's crazy.
And
yeah.
Camden won. I'm sorry, Camden won 2 championships.
Yeah.
His uncle won 4.
Yeah, we competed together too. We're both from San Antonio, so shout out from San Antonio, and from Texas too. We do have a competitor also from Arlington, Texas, so representing Arlington in the whole state of Texas as well.
It's a big state to represent.
Oh yeah.
Now, speaking of Camden, if you check out our videos on our YouTube channel, you can find that by going to elks.org/hoopshoot. There's one about Camden from 2016, I think, called Anything You Can Do, I Can Do Better. And it's about his pursuit of his father's record for national championship.
Oh, yeah.
Or his uncle's.
Yeah.
Sorry. His father was also a national
Yeah.
and so was his aunt.
So, yeah.
The Kogel family is a dynasty. His little brother won second or third for a couple of years that Camden competed. And he has a much younger brother on the way.
Oh yeah, seven, almost there, and then a younger one coming out after that. But also his cousin Charlie, she competed back and made it all the way to state. So unfortunately she did not win at regionals, but she's just starting. I believe she's 8 or 9, so she has a while, so she can definitely come back.
We saw there Cameron just slowed down a little bit. She had 10 seconds to deliver, and she did. She took her time to gather herself, and we're seeing 2 straight 5s. Right now, they're tied for second.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. This is Carolina Mebia. She was here last year as well. She finished 3rd, and interestingly, last year she was one of 2 sibling sets to compete in the national finals.
And she is coming with a score of 23 out of 25 from regionals, so pretty high amongst our other 10 and 11 competitors.
She's from Brookings, representing Brookings, South Dakota Lodge number 1490. If she can win a championship, maybe they would add her to Mount Rushmore.
We'll add Eroy, our mascot.
Well, what focus here?
I mean, honestly, having that experience before really helps you. You know what to expect. You know how cold the arena is, and all eyes in the silence. So I think just locked and loaded and focus and tunnel vision. That's all I can see.
Sure, most of these kids are used to shooting against, your backdrop as a wall. That's their first miss. Nobody's put pressure on so far, so Carolina figures I might as well, right?
Yeah.
And she's doing that. Really has a nice shot, too.
Yeah, and I noticed she's not jumping.
Yep. 9 out of 10. Let's see how Amorous Tan can answer. She's sponsored by Freehold, New Jersey, Lodge number 1454. Sorry, I think her name is pronounced Amaris. Big breath. Looks like she's wearing the T-shirt that every Hoop Shoot National finalist got.
Yes. They're pretty cool T-shirts. Yep.
New design every year.
We have like a matching sticker to go with it. New stickers too. How impressive it is for these young competitors to self-regulate their nerves, just not by deep breathing, but, taking a moment to reflect and collect themselves. That's just a tremendous effort from their part.
Well, the Hoop Shoot teaches lots of good lessons. It reinforces and develops grit, teaches you about the power of hard work and practice and persistence. It also helps you deal with stressful situations.
Oh yeah. How many eyes are they looking at you, you know?
You're watching, you're there all alone at the line. It's quiet.
It also teaches tenacity and consistency.
Now, we've mentioned that some of these finalists have family members who have participated, parents, aunts, uncles, older siblings. Amaris learned about the Hoop Shoot from a Facebook share.
Yeah.
Somebody shared a post announcing a contest, and she decided to try it.
Yeah, I found out by my middle school coach. He had a flyer for me, so shout out to Coach Martinez. I feel like a trend this year is some fast routines. I mean, I know we have that time limit of 10 seconds, but in general, it's been pretty fast.
All right, that's another 6.
2 6s, 2 5s, a 1 9. That's Carolina leading the way.
This is Ori Komoda. I believe her nickname is Baby Moda. And she was here in 2024, one of those 4 who battled in the Girls 8-9 that year. She finished in 6th place.
She is a basketball fan watching LSU and UConn's women's basketball. So I'm sure she is a dedicated watcher, but also an avid basketball player as well. So
she says that 2024 final was an amazing experience, but I left feeling like I could have done better. She is representing Boise, Idaho Lodge number 310. She's one of 5 hoop shooters from Idaho at this year's national finals. So there are 6 representatives from that region, and Idaho nearly swept 5 of the 6.
she came in with 17 from regionals, so
her best round was at state with a 19. As we've mentioned, it's been a long time since a 19 won in this contest. In fact, according to my notes, that number has never been.
Yeah.
we did have an 18 in 1977.
I'm just waiting for that 25 perfect score to be the average. We saw that in the 8-9-year-old boys, 24 out of 25, but just imagine 25 out of 25.
Well, I didn't talk about it on this year's Monday Madness broadcast.
Yeah.
Because I felt like I was sounding like a broken record. But this division has the longest active drought, perfect score drought. No one's had a perfect score in this division since Carly Samuelson did it in 2006.
Wow.
So I keep waiting. I keep waiting for one of these 10, 11 girls to make it rain. And we got 4 more chances to end that drought this year.
Well, Miss Ari finishing with 7 out of 10.
Now, I don't want to put any pressure on anybody, but you might say it would take a miracle to end that drought. And stepping up to the line is a miracle, Layla Miracle. She is representing Winchester, Kentucky Lodge, number 2816. And I jinxed her. But that's one of her warm-ups.
Yeah.
And a reminder, for that second round of 15 shots, there are no warm-ups. You've been sitting for a while.
I think, honestly, the 5 practice shots, or how many of your practice shots to get all your nerves out?
Yep.
As much as possible.
Yep, but you got to be ready to go for shot 11.
I know, I think shot 11 is probably one of the most difficult shots out of the whole competition.
I'm sure you guys talked about it on 8-9 broadcast.
Yeah,
because our
yeah.
colleague, Lake and Bolts, the champ Lake and Bolts, she talks about that shot, that number 11 is the one she would typically miss. All right, here we go, shooting for score. All right, it's going to take more than a miracle to end the drought.
Yeah. 3 more shooters after.
But you know what? You don't necessarily need a perfect score to win.
Oh, right? Yeah, no.
And also, perfect score doesn't necessarily guarantee you the win. We've had years where there have been shoot-offs at, a couple, 2 or more, actually. Contestants tie with a 25 out of 25 and forcing a shoot-off.
And Layla says she does not have any lucky charms, so.
Yeah, despite that miss there, she really recovered nicely after the opening miss.
Yeah.
Rattled off. Not rattled, swished 6 straight. Now she's back on track.
She is finishing with an 8 out of 10. Once again, these scores are not final. We still have the other round of 15 to go, but according to both our screens, this is what we are giving. We have Kate Fulton from Arlington, Texas, representing the great state of Texas. Love Texas, duh. Also, Region 11, we did have a 2nd place winner for the 8-9-year girls, also representing Region 11.
Well, if Kate can hit all 10 of these shots, she could be a lone star.
And she's getting ready to hit her 10. She is one of our lefties in this competition.
I mean, she's using that special left-handed ball.
Well, her lucky charm claims to be singing her hen, so I want to ask her what songs is she singing right now. Kate has mentioned, you know, if you miss a shot, you just got to move on and shoot the next one. So that's a great mindset to go into this competition with. And she's doing just that. Had a miss and moving on.
You can see Dusty in the background stretching, getting ready to get back up. She's been sitting for a long time. She'll sit a little bit longer, right? Because we still have 2 more shooters.
Yep. And then she'll sit a little longer once everyone else is still shooting. So we have Kate just finishing with 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10. So, you know, Ori with a 7, Lila with an 8, Kate with a 7, all determined to put some pressure on Carolina, who's still leading this thing with a 9. This is Darcy Martini. She's the last of our 6 returnees. One of the 4 who competed in girls 8, 9, and oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. She is one of the 4, but she's not the last. We still have our anchor. Darcy is representing Brainerd, Minnesota Lodge, number 615.
And she is coming in with a regional score of 23 out of 25. And all 3 of her older siblings also have competed in the Elks hoop shoot.
Her sister placed 4th in the national finals in 2015, which is the last year in Springfield, Massachusetts, before the finals moved here to Chicago.
I'm surprised she doesn't have a Steph Curry jersey on. Her lucky charm is Steph Curry basketball shoes, so I think we see those. And her unique talent is also answering Steph Curry trivia questions. So I'm gonna go ask her a couple questions afterwards.
Wintrust Arena is home of the Chicago Sky of the WNBA and also DePaul University, the Blue Demons, who play in the Big East. There's actually 2 different courts here at Wintrust. There's the one that the Sky uses, and there's one DePaul uses, and we're not sure which one we're going to get until we show up on the day of the finals. We're on that DePaul court, which means the UConn men's champions teams from a couple of years ago played on this court.
Yeah.
Paige Buckers played on this.
Yeah. She's in Dallas, Texas right now with the Wings, so might go see her.
All right, this is Ainsley Weaver, the last of our returnees, and certainly not the least, because in that field of those 4 who competed in 2024 in girls 8, 9, Ainsley walked away with the big gold trophy. So she is a former national champion. Looking to add to her collection.
Getting ready to shoot her 10. She's been here before. She's shooting last. Like I said, sometimes they may be saving the best for last. So just seeing how much she's grown too. She used to be itty bitty. Now I see her, she's as tall as me. So
There's a great video about Ainsley. You know, we try to sit down with a handful of the families each year and interview them and crank out these grittios. They're videos about grit. And Ainsley's parents talked about that first year she decided she wanted to do the hoop shoot. She had never shot a basketball before, so they practiced and like threw an air ball. Said, "We better move closer." They moved closer. Another air ball. They moved closer still. Another air ball. Just a lot of practice, a lot of tough rebounding by her parents. But the second year, she won a national championship.
And Miss Ainsley, I mean, she's setting the tone.
Yeah.
Still 3 more shots to go, but I mean,
nobody wants to end this drought. I'll do it, right?
I think that little spin gives her a little look. I'm telling you, that was my little routine. I did do a spin, so maybe that's just the routine you got to go to win this thing.
Well, looky there. Ainsley's going to sit down with a perfect 10 out of 10. And now we're starting that second round of 15. Desi Inman coming back up, working on a 6. Toughest shot in sports right here, shot number 11. And she nailed it. Let's see if she can go on a nice run here, put herself in the hunt for the podium.
And honestly, some competitors, you think you're out of the first 10, but I mean, anything can happen in the 15. You just got to finish strong. So I think just recovering and gathering yourself and just, finish strong,
And even if you're not having your best day and your shot's not falling, you're still competing for your teammates.
Oh,
because their regions are competing for the Cam and Linda Kronk Award. Their former national director of the Hoop Shoot program, Cam, and his wife, Linda. They're a great team, and we created the team award to honor the regional team of 6 who sink the most free throws out of the regulation 25, so 150 free throws.
There is another trophy for that perfect score award. So
that one's named for Emil Brady. He's another former national director. And of course, the Getty Powell Award for the very first national director and the father of our colleague Bart Powell did the boys side this morning, and I'll be doing the boys 12-13 with him next. That one goes to the best overall boy and girl shooter in all the divisions.
Let me just see, Desi take a couple steps back, recoup herself.
One of the things Desi says she gotten out of this hoop shoot experience, her journey has taught her that size does not matter. It's heart and dedication. That's what truly counts.
Yeah, I mean, she is one of our smaller competitors in the 10-11 girls.
Small,
yeah.
Mighty heart.
Yep, exactly. I mean, she's going out there. I think she's focused and wants to finish strong.
And I think once you learn that lesson, that it's what you have in your heart, your dedication, what you're willing to put into it. Once you learn that lesson, you realize it's not just her at the free throw line. That's going to help her out in life.
Oh, yeah.
Now, today was not Desi's day, but she is showing that heart, that determination. She's going to finish, stand out there, shoot her shots, sit down.
Maybe think about what's for lunch.
Yeah. And it's not easy getting here. 100,000 more or so started this journey in local competitions to be beaten up to the national finalists. There are 72 kids here today to compete in the 6 divisions, 12 in each division. Only 6 of them are going to go home with gold.
I mean, even from district, I went and helped out, and it was huge. I mean, probably over 100 kids competing too. So even from district, it takes grit to get here.
Sorry, Dusty's going to sit down with the 16, and here comes Harper Small working on that 4. And you could see her, you know, in the background, hanging her head during that as other girls were shooting. She was not feeling good about those first 4. She hit the 11 again. That's, you know, they say it's the toughest shot in sports. You're cold. You're going back up to that line. You're getting warm-ups.
Seems to have found her
Yeah.
rhythm.
Yeah. Like, where was this?
Hey, but that's a pattern we see though too. You have some nerves, some jitters in the first round. You're like, okay, I already shot maybe 10 shots already. Let's just finish this 15 strong.
Yep. Sit down with the best possible score she can and see where it gets her, right? That's the goal right now.
I think that's all that matters too. That's what the hoop shoot's about, is can you give it your literal best shot and finish as well as you think you can, and you know, go out with the win. To get here, you won still, you know.
That's
it's
right.
very impressive.
They're all champions. They're regional champions. They wanted to go home national champions.
Yeah.
But it doesn't change. You know, we can't take away the trophies they've already won to get here.
And they have time. I mean, 10 and 11, you know, they still have the other bracket of 12 and 13. So
Harper just took a step back to collect herself. Now she's trying to get back into that rhythm. There we go. Before Harper sits down, we want to give a shout out to her Aunt Carrie, who was the Maine state champion for 8-9 girls in 1990. Another family connection.
and just something about Gray. I mean, Harper,
This is not the biggest fight she's ever had, right?
No, it's not. I mean, she has heart disease and has had open heart surgery actually when she was a baby. So, I mean, if we're talking about Gray, we have to talk about Harper.
Right.
So, very, very proud of herself.
Here comes Jordan Hidalgo. That's 3 in a row. We sank that tough 11 shot. Maybe that's overrated.
Yeah, maybe they just got it.
You know what? Your problem.
And Jordan, she lost to shoot off for third in the 8-9 division last year, so it's good to see her again.
Yep.
So.
Well, 2 years ago, right?
Oh yes,
yeah, it took her 2 years
2
to get
ago.
back here, and then she had that. You know, that first round was not the way she drew it up, right? Not the way she wanted that to go, of course. And we were talking about the backdrop earlier. You're used to shooting in a smaller gym, maybe, and there's that wall. Gives you a nice backdrop. This is open. There's seating back there. You know, if you're not used to it, it can be tough. A tough adjustment. You know, we had practice sessions for these kids, but it was not here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was in a different gym. So now Jordan shot here before, right? But it still can be an adjustment. You know.
I mean, I tell parents and competitors all the time, a ball's a ball, a hoop is a hoop, and you're a shooter. And if you've practiced well enough, you should have some faith in yourself that no matter where you're at, you can shoot.
Jordan Hidalgo representing Clovis, California Lodge, number 2599. It's a rough day. She's going to sit down with a 9. She knows she could have done better. This is Avery Strickland returning to the line. She's working on a 5. She's the first one to miss that 11th shot. She missed everything. Just see how she bounces back here.
She is 10, so one of our younger competitors, so maybe that jump from the further line could have rattled her.
I mentioned earlier that I think I said she was one of 5 from Coleman, Alabama Lodge. I think it says in my notes here she's one of 4. Still impressive. They all went to different schools, right? So
Yeah.
they've become friends on this journey together.
Oh, that's so good. Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned before, even my backboard members now, all good friends. I am retiring from the backboard this year, but like I mentioned, I'm an Elk, so you may or may not see me around, but these friendships last a lifetime.
We often talk about the Hoop Shoot family and the Elks family, and they're not just words, right?
Yeah, Hannah and Julie, the rebounders on the floor, they are new backboard members this year, so I feel like I'm passing the torch to them, seeing, you know, what you're doing, what not to do.
And some of the newer members of the backboard have, mentioned that, and maybe this is the case for you, that meeting the backboard members, this is something we started, I believe, in 2016.
Yeah.
Meeting them, interacting with them at their finals experience is what inspired them to try to join the backboard when they were older.
I've had a lot of parents and kids say, you know, we do little advice too, and they're like, it's so good to have that connection that you've been there before. So I guess more trust and more faith that, you know, all is well, and good luck to all the competitors.
So the count starts as soon as Jeff presents that ball. She's wearing last year's shirt, it looks like.
Oh, yeah, I know.
So that's a little bit of a flex, right?
Collecting shirts. I have so many. And trading cards. Yeah.
She's looked up in the stands a couple of times, you know, probably to one of her parents, looking for an answer, right?
I think all parents, though, are proud. You know, you made it to Chicago for most, you know, you never really leave your city or your state. So, especially to a beautiful city like Chicago. So, I think all parents in the stands, even though they're nervous now, they're very, very proud of their children.
And they're treated like royalty when they get there.
Yeah.
From the moment they arrive, they get their trading cards, they get their the best wishes, e-greeting booklets. There was a trivia night on Thursday. There was a movie night last night. There was a outing to the Cubs game yesterday. You know, for the awards banquet tonight, keynote speaker, Aaron Jackson, gold medalist.
I know.
In the Olympics.
I had the privilege to have Miss Tamika Catchings as my guest speaker, and that was probably one of my favorite memories of the hoop shoot.
Yeah. All right, here comes Carolina Mevius. She's working on a 9.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, she and Ainsley are really the only two here who have been locked in.
Mm-hmm. Sinks that 11th shot.
She takes the 11th and misses the 12th. And you just get the
I think
feeling
that
the way
just
Ainsley
jinxed
was
her.
shooting.
Yeah.
Get the feeling the way Ainsley tore through that source 10. That,
Mm-hmm.
certainly, I don't think Carolina can afford to miss another one.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Carolina did a nice recovery. Seems to find her rhythm. She did just miss that last shot, so maybe I am
We're just gonna
jinxing
keep
her.
quiet,
Yeah,
right?
you know, we're
Yep.
just not gonna talk.
Mentioned he was one of the 2 sibling sets last year. Her brother Chase, I believe, competed in boys 12-13 last year. She would love to one day play Michael Jordan. Ever heard of him? In a
No,
game
I
of
think I have.
horse at the Dean Dome on the UNC campus. Big UNC fan. She's wearing UNC shorts today, I believe.
That is a very, very specific
Yep, very specific
dream.
dream. You know, Mr. Jordan's not one to back down from a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
You might want to think twice about going toe to toe with this girl. All right, here comes Amaris Tan. She's working on a 6. She took a while to approach the line last time, too. Here she comes. Number 11 claims another victim.
Mm-hmm. Her and her dad had a pleasure of, rebounding them at the practice gym, and they just had the biggest smiles on their faces, so I'm sure they're having the time of their lives here. She says that the best part of the hoop shoot is getting to test her skills under pressure. So maybe she likes the pressure.
She said when she practiced, her father would make noises to try to distract her, get her working on her focus. And you could tell she really locks in.
Mm-hmm. Desensitize that.
Yep.
And our rule is she just got her own rebound, but she does have to give it back to the line draws. That is a rule, so. But I mean, other than the, I guess, 10-second rule now, nothing big major has changed.
That's a pretty good formula
Yeah.
for more than 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
So typically at this point, when there are changes, they're tweaks.
Mm-hmm.
So if Amaris finishes out the string here, Carolina sitting there with a 20, currently in first place. But our last 5 shooters all have legitimate shots at making the podium. They're all working on 7s or better. We have 3 7s, an 8, and a 10.
Maybe a shootout, maybe no shootout. We just have to see.
Well, our day began with
Oh yeah.
shootouts, so we'll see how it unfolds here.
I wonder how many shots we'll be shooting today.
So as this contest plays out with these last 5, only one has her destiny in her hands, and that's Ainsley, of course, who was perfect in the first round with 10. She remains perfect. No one can knock her out of first place, right?
Yeah.
And she will have ended the longest drought, the longest perfect score drought in hoop shoot history. This is baby Moda returning to the line from Boise, Idaho. She's working on a 7. Says she spent a lot of time in the gym, a lot of focus, a lot of determination, a lot of discipline, practicing on days you just didn't want to, getting up and doing it to make it back here. Loved the experience in 2024. Felt she could have done better when it comes to the competition.
And her brother participated for 4 years, and she says that he has been a big help in preparing for the contest. I think once you get to the last couple shooters, or even as a shooter yourself, you're like, oh, I just want to finish. No, finish strong. We're here for you. Everyone is rooting for you. Just finish strong. Do your best and leave it all on the court. That's all you could ask for.
So Ori sits down with a 16. Here comes Layla Miracle. She's working on an 8. Looking to make a nice run here. She can't sink that 11th shot. Can she recover? She sure can.
Yeah. She says she cannot believe she's made it this far through locals, state, regionals, and nationals. So I'm sure she's very proud of herself no matter what she places. And she is 11, so maybe next year we'll see her in the 12 and 13 division.
She learned about the hoop shoot when a member of the local Elks Lodge stopped by her school to invite all students to compete in the citywide local contest. That's what it takes sometimes, right?
Yeah.
If you're an elk out there watching the stream, help promote the hoop shoot. Somewhere out there, there's someone like Lila Miracle who would love to compete, but just doesn't know about it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Carolina Mebius's place on the podium certainly isn't secure, but she has to be feeling pretty good about her chances with just 3 shooters left.
2 7s and a perfect 10.
Right.
That always feels good to end on a make, you know.
Yep.
No matter your score, just finishing, seeing the ball go in one last time is a good feeling. We have Miss Kate from Texas, so let's go, girl.
She's working on that 7.
Mm-hmm.
Think that critical shot 11. Needs to make all of these to avoid putting herself in a situation where she has to shoot off against Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Her journey started in gym class.
Oh, yeah.
There's a preliminary contest in a gym class. The winners went on to the lodge competition. From there, she advanced to district, then state, then the Southwest region. And now she's here in Chicago.
And Kate's family, her and just her mom or dad have been just so sweet and so welcoming. They always try to find me in the crowd. One of the first people to trade cards with me today, this trip. So always good seeing Kate and her family.
If she sinks this shot, she can do no worse in 4th place.
Mm-hmm.
All right, she does. So she's currently tied for first with 20. Again, that's our reckoning. It is not the official score. It's not the score that matters, but we think we're right.
Yeah.
This is Darcy Martini. She's working on a 7 as well. So it's going to take 14 out of 15 to put herself in first place. $13 out of 15 to join those other 2 in the 2-way tie for first. With only Ainsley Weaver in a position to say anything about that.
And her sister placed 4th back in 2015, and she is here actually supporting Darcy.
Yep. Yeah, 2015, last year in Springfield, Mass. So.
Yeah, just before my competition took place. I think it was 2016, 2017. We were both in Chicago, so. It's like my second home at this point.
Springfield is the home of the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame. There is an Elks Hoop Shoot exhibit there, and our 6 national champions and all of our former national champions are in a display there, have their names in a digital display. We will send all 6 national champions to Springfield with a parent to see their name in lights at some point in the next year, and 2 of them will be lucky enough to attend the enshrinement ceremony. So she fell just short with a 19, but right now that puts her in a 2-way tie for 3rd. But here comes Ainsley Weaver working on a perfect 10. She's the former national champion, girls 8-9 in 2024.
She sinks that number 11 shot.
All business. Look at that. She's been waiting a long time. She's like, come on, let me get back up there. I got a championship to win and a drought to end.
Cool, calm, and collected. I would say she does. It looks like she does line up her foot, her leg up to the line in the middle. I'd done that too, so.
I mentioned the last perfect score in this division, 2006, Carly Samuelson. Her sister Bonnie won a couple championships as well. I think they both played for Stanford.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Just short, just the in and out.
All right, well, now the goal that matters is getting a 21 or better, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, just switch is what we hear from Miss Ainsley,
She hits any one of these shots, any 2 of these shots. By our reckoning, Ainsley Weaver is your girls 10-11 champion. It'll be her 2nd national championship in 3 years. Cements her legacy. That does not matter. Nobody can beat Ainsley by our reckoning at 22. And we have a shoot-off for 2nd between Carolina Mebius and Kate Fulton.
With 23 out of 25, your best score for the 10 and 11-year-old girls.
So that's first place is Ainsley. We got this shoot-off to settle. Kate Fulton and Carolina tying with 20 out of 25. Carolina, of course, was here last year. Kate is a newcomer. Carolina hit 9 out of 10 in the first round, faltered a bit in the second. Kate hit 7 out of 10, and 13 out of 15 in the second round to force her way into that tie. We have Darcy Martini and Layla Miracle with 19, tying for 4th. Baby Moda, Ori Komoda, and Desi Inman at 16 out of 25. Avery Strickland at 15. Amaris Tan at 14. Cameron Fleming, 13. Harper Small, 13. And Jordan Hidalgo, 9 out of 25. You know, it's funny, we said at the top that we felt like having been here before might be an advantage to those 6 girls. A little less nervous maybe, but proved not to be the case. Just goes to show we don't know what we're talking about. Cameron and Jordan both struggled today, and both have shot on this court before. So you just don't know.
It surely did help Ainsley though, so.
Yeah. And a great thing about the hoop shoot too, Ainsley Weaver wins the national championship 2024 next year. Doesn't make it out of, I believe she lost at the state level. Okay, no worries. Yep. right now what's happening is they're reviewing the score sheets. As we said, they can't simply look up at the Jumbotron at our scoreboard. They have to look at those scorers, the 3 scorers sitting in that semicircle around the 3-point arc. They're going to check their scores.
Yeah, I've scored a couple at state and regionals, and it's been pretty fun, pretty intense. I feel like that is probably one of the most, if not the most important job out of the whole hoop shoot. So
there's a reason why 3 people are doing it,
yes,
not 1, right?
Yeah, and all different angles. People were asking, why are you sitting here? Why are you not sitting there? Why are you sitting underneath the baskets? Like, we gotta be paying attention to the rim. So yeah, shout out
It's
to our
hard.
shooters.
It can be mesmerizing.
Oh yeah.
All of a sudden, and I've never been a scorer on the floor, but every year I watch the hoop shoot. I keep score in my contest book. I'm doing it here, and you see a shot, and you think, "Wait, what just happened?"
Yeah, you're like, did I see that correctly?
Right.
Or especially
Right.
the ones that go in and out, or like kind of drop a little bit. You're like, did she make that? Did they make that?
Right.
So,
So I'll let you in on a little secret. There's not just the 3 scorers on the floor, but there are 2 ghost scorers also.
Oh yeah.
That way, in the unfortunate situation that you end up with 3 different scores on the official scorers, you can compare to the ghost scorers also.
Yeah.
Usually it doesn't happen. And I think what you're going to hear officially in a moment or two is that we have a shoot off for second between Kate Fulton and Carolina Mebius.
Yeah. Also, yearly annual conferences. I've spoken at one, a couple years ago. What can we add? What can we change? What's, something we struggle with? So we're always looking to better the hoop shoot. But I think it's been working, so.
Well, the live stream gets better and better every year.
Oh
right?
yeah, shout out to
the scoreboard that you're seeing. That was a new addition last year, and we showed it in the arena. So the same scoreboard that you've been seeing is on the Jumbotron here at Wintrust, which makes it really nice for the fans.
Oh yeah, nice for us too.
Yep. So there's Jeff Rumley making the eye contact with the scores. We were ready to go. These are going to count for 4, and shoot-offs are resolved in a series of 5 shots. This is Carolina Mebius. They do it. They stay in shooting order for the shoot-off.
No practice shots, just straight 5 shots.
That one rattled around, but yep. So Carolina's 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5 here. That means the door is open for Kate Fulton. Can she barge through? Those are the scores we were talking about. Good start for Kate with that first one. Okay, now she just needs these to force it.
Yeah.
Right? Got to hit these last 3 shots, or else she's our 3rd place winner. A little safety when you know that even if you don't, you're still going home with something. You're on the podium, right?
Yeah.
Silver. You like the silver. You were.
I was a 2nd place. Yeah, I was so happy with my 2nd place.
Yeah.
As I also went through a shootout too. So like I said, I came too close to not. And so, I would have been happy with 3rd, but I'm very, very happy I went home with 2nd.
Well, Kate, it's 3 out of 5, and by our reckoning, that settles it. We have your national champion, Ainsley Weaver, her 2nd championship, 8-9 champion in 24, and now she's the 10-11 champion in 26. In 2nd place, we have Carolina Mebius with 20 out of 25 and 4 out of 5 in the shoot-off. She was here last year, as we mentioned, when she finished 3rd place. She's moving on up. 3rd place last year, girls 8-9. Now she's got herself a 2nd place. And our 3rd place winner this year in 10-11 girls is Kate Fulton from Texas with 20 out of 25 and 3 out of 5 in the shoot-off. We are in the dark about what's going on the boys' side because they won't announce anything until that's over.
Yeah, awfully quiet over there too.
Yeah,
But then again,
there may be a shoot-off going. We don't know. So we can tell you what's going to happen once both sides are resolved. Okay, never mind. We're
We
ready for
ask that
announcements. Let's turn
everyone
it over to the
please
people who
remain
actually know
seated
what's
as the
going on.
results
Let's Dennis
start
Sabo
tallying. We will
and Abby
announce the
know.
winners in just a moment.
All right, now you can give them all a round of applause. Some outstanding shooting, some outstanding scores in our 10-11 age group, and we are moments away from letting you know the top 3. We need the following regional directors to the floor: John Morford, Jeff Franklin, Harley Birchmeyer, Kelly McDermott, and Jeff Rumler, to present medallions and hats to our 6 champions. We'll begin with the girls' division. And finishing in 3rd place with a score of 20 out of 25 and 3 of 5 on a tiebreaker, and representing Arlington, Texas, Lodge number 2114. Give it up for Kate Fulton. Our national runner-up in the girls 10-11 with a score of 20 out of 25 and 4 of 5 on the tiebreaker, and representing Brookings, South Dakota, Lodge number 1490. Give it up for Carolina Mebius. And the national champion in the girls 10-11 was national champion 2 years ago in the girls 8-9 division. This year she goes 23 out of 25 to take the title. She is sponsored by Chillicothe Lodge in Ohio, number 52. Give it up for Ainsley Weaver. And one more time for all the girls in the 10-11 age group. In the boys division, the 3rd place winner with a score of 23 out of 25 and 9 of 10 on 2 tiebreakers represented Dalton, Georgia, Lodge number 1267. Make some noise for Edward Wilbanks. National runner-up with a score of 23 out of 25 and 10 of 10 on the 2 tiebreakers, representing Lewiston, Idaho, number 896. Give it up for Slade Sheldon. And our first perfect score at either end of the court today belongs to the national champion in the boys 10-11 group, representing Anaconda, Montana, Lodge number 239. 25 out of 25, Trey Estes. We now need all 6 of the award winners in the 10-11 age group to gather at the center court with the regional directors for a photo. You're going to face me this time, and we're going to get the crowd in the background. We did this with the 8-9-year-olds. And fans, get ready to be part of the picture in a second after we line these kids up here. We're much more organized than we were at the 8-9-year-old age group. All right, regional directors, you're welcome to get out there as well. And then we're going to have the crowd on a count of 3 say hoop shoot, and we're going to get you in the background hooping and hollering. So hold on just a second. All right, on the count of 3, crowd, we're going to say hoop shoot. 1, 2, 3. That's what I'm talking about. We'll do it. You good, Vanessa? You good? You want to do it one more time? All right, we're good. All right, now we're going to get all of the contestants out there, and we're going to do it one more time. I mean, who can forget these 24 of the best free throw shooters in the nation? You're looking at them right here. And we'll have you hoop and holler in the background one more time when we get organized here. We're going to squeeze them in there. All right, crowd, you know what to do. 1, 2, 3, hoop shoot. All right, one more time. Give it up for those amazing kids on the floor there from the 10, 11-year-old age group. All right, before we break for lunch, just a couple of quick announcements. Don't head out the door just yet. There are still competitors in your region left to participate, and we encourage everyone to stay and support your regional team after lunch. It's also time to get out your Swish Stakes ticket, because I'm about to give you the 3rd of 4 codes that you need to enter into the drawing. Remember, we have 3 prizes of up to $500 value to give away, and you must be present to win. Our 3rd code is REGION, R-E-G-I-O-N, REGION. Once again, the 3rd code is REGION. As a reminder, you have to have all 4 codes, stay to the end, turn it in, put it in the barrel, and be present to win. Lunch is in the Dibs Club, which is located on the 2nd level behind where you are seated. And please, no one on the floor except for our 12-13s to come. And we will be back in 1 hour. Enjoy your lunch break, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thanks for tuning in, everybody. That was the girls' 10-11 finals. Gabby, it was a pleasure.
Yep. Always a pleasure, Jim. Always.
We're going to be taking a short lunch break here at the Hoop Shoot National Finals. We hope you'll come back for the 12-13 contests.
Yep. See you soon.
Thanks, everybody.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the 2026 Elks Hoop Shoot National Finals. I'm Patrick Roloffs, and alongside me is Lakin Bolts, a 3-time national finalist, 1-time national champion, and 2025 Elks Hoop Shoot Hall of Famer.
Happy to be here, Patrick, and excited to do this alongside you and hopefully provide a live experience for those at home. So those of you guys tuning in throughout the broadcast here today for the 12 and 13-year-old girls, go ahead and just drop your name, drop where you're supporting from, drop your guys' local shooters, give them some love. They'll be able to come back and watch this afterwards, so we want to let them know that they're supported. So excited to be here.
Well, and we saw some intense competition in the 8 to 9 divisions and then in the 10 and 11 divisions. But now we're here for the girls 12 to 13 divisions. If you're here for the boys 12-13, you're in the wrong place. Go back to our YouTube channel, find the other stream. So, Lakin, putting yourself in the mindset of these 12 to 13-year-olds, they've kind of been sitting around all day. They've watched some other competitors. What are they thinking about right now as they're warming up?
I think number one, they're probably just ready to go. I was just thinking like, dang, it's kind of already been a long day. And so as a shooter, just sitting around having to watch everybody else, like we get here at 9 a.m., 9:30. And so it's been a day for everybody involved. And I'm sure these girls are just ready to get it all over with.
Absolutely. And this division, traditionally a pretty tough one. In the Chicago area, it's taken a 23 or better to win every single time. Last time a score of 22 was 2010. So we're going to have to see some good shooters out there today.
And I think with that, today we've got a lot of experience existing in the 12 and 13-year-old division. We've got 4 out of the 12 shooters that have been to nationals before. And I know I'm looking at this here, and we have some girls that have been in the program for 5 years. So they are experienced, they know what to expect, and they know how this all works. So I'm sure that helps with the nerves a little bit, but at the same time, like I said, they're probably anxious to get this going.
Absolutely. And just thinking about all of their journeys here, starting at the lodge level, moving up all the way to now at the 10,000-seat Wintrust Arena, how do you feel that affects your free throw shooting when you get into a place like this?
Oh my gosh. The fact that they get to shoot here, I'm a little jealous. I'm a little envious of this experience for them. It definitely, there's a different depth perception, behind the basket. But honestly, like, it depends on where they shoot back home, too. I was thinking earlier, like, when I was a participant, I was shooting at my local high school gym daily. And so that is far different, a small high school compared to a 10,000-seat arena. And also but like, what a cool experience for them to have this opportunity to come in and just feel like they're a part of something really big.
Absolutely. And once again, Wintrust Arena is the home of the Chicago Sky, the WNBA team, and the DePaul men's basketball team as well. So a great arena here. If this is the first contest you're watching today, I can just remind you of how it'll work. So each shooter will, when they walk up, they'll get to choose between 0 and 5 practice shots. They'll take those, and then they'll shoot 10. Then they'll go back, sit down, and wait for everybody else to shoot their 10, come back and shoot 15 more. What is that like after you shoot your first 10, sitting there watching the other competitors and then having to go back up and shoot your 11th?
Oh my gosh, it is. It's so fun to be doing this live because I am watching these girls being participants, and it's like, wow, I probably had some of the same feelings that they have as they're sitting there. And I always like to know, like, okay, do these girls that are shooting first and second, do they like going at the front of the group, or do they like going last? Save the best for last. And for me, I always wanted to go first. I always wanted to set the tone. I always wanted to walk up and, make my first 10 and then put the pressure on the girls to follow. But you're sitting there for quite some time watching these other girls shoot. And so you've just got to make sure you wipe your hands off. You're starting to sweat a little bit. You're still kind of nervous. And so, yeah, I can just totally relate to how everybody's feeling as they sit there for a little bit.
We've got to clear the court.
Absolutely. And well, in the boys 10 to 11 division, we saw the only perfect score of the day so far. But he wasn't first. He was actually last.
Good afternoon and welcome back for the final contest of the 2026 Elks Hoop Shoot National Finals. Beside me is my fellow announcer, Abby Knupp. I am Dennis Sabo, and on behalf of the Elks National Foundation and nearly 800,000 Elks across the country, thank you for being here to watch these kids unleash their grit. You're about to witness the top 12 to 13-year-old free throw shooters in the nation compete for the title of national champion. The winners will have their names and pictures displayed in the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame in Springfield, Massachusetts, the birthplace of basketball. And now let me pass the ball to Abby.
Thanks, Dennis, and good afternoon, everyone. As we come back from lunch, we're going to review the rules one more time. Rule number 1, please turn your cell phone to silent and keep it that way throughout the contest. We encourage you to use your phones or tablets to post on social media about the contest, but we don't want to hear you using them. Speaking of silence, that brings me to rule number 2. We ask that you respect the finalists and try to be as quiet as possible. Once the gym doors close, there will be no exiting or entering the gymnasium until the end of the contest. Rule number 3, no flash photography. You may take pictures, but please turn off your flash. All photos from our professional photographer will be available for free in the weeks following the contest. Keep the eyes on your email for your link. And lastly, hold all applause until contestants have finished at both ends of the court, especially in the event of shoot-offs. Please refer to pages 2 and 3 of your contest scoring booklets for a complete list of rules. We encourage you to try keeping score in your contest booklet. If you get lost, don't worry, it's tough. You can catch the score on the Jumbotron. Both the scores above your heads and down in your booklets are unofficial. Official scores will be announced at the end of the contest and will be posted at elks.org/hoopshoot later this weekend. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, please turn your attention to center court, where Regional Directors Kelly McDermott and John Morford will demonstrate the official signals used to indicate made or missed shots during the hoop shoot. When a free throw counts, referees will indicate the shot is good by this signal. When a shot does not count due to a miss, referees will indicate no score by this signal. What happened? Just one more time. When a shot does not count due to a miss, referees will indicate no score by this signal. There we go. When a shot does not count due to a violation, referees will indicate no score by this signal. For a complete list of contest officials, turn to page 10 of your contest scoring booklet.
Thanks, Abby. And now, let's meet the 12, 13-year-old 2026 Hoop Shoot National Finalists. Representing Shreveport, Louisiana, lodge number 122, Tiana Alexander. From St. George, Dixie, Utah, number 1743, give it up for Lila Miner. From Clifton Park, New York, lodge 2466, it's Alexis Weber. Hailing from Grand Rapids, Michigan, and representing lodge number 48, give it up for Logan Parkinson. Representing Nampa, Idaho, number 1389, it's Tenley Triple. From Reedsville, North Carolina, lodge number 1723, make some noise for Kaylin Strader. From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, number 402, put your hands together for Miss Elaine Cooper. Representing lodge 2783 from Benton County, Missouri, welcome Presley Henderson. From Beverly, Peabody, Massachusetts, lodge number 1309, Lily Panda. From La Junta, Colorado, number 701, give it up for Kate Howe. Representing Rapid City, South Dakota, number 1187, make some noise for Emily Crawford. From Cullman, Alabama, lodge number 1609, Kylie Miner. And now for the boys. From Kearney, Nebraska, lodge number 984, give it up for Cole Kevany. From Kaukauna, Wisconsin, number 962, give it up for Mr. Jack Ryan. From Roseburg, Oregon, number 326, Jordan Fusco. Representing Deadwood, South Dakota, number 508, Mr. Hudson Myers. From Marshfield, Massachusetts, number 2494, give it up for Charlie Granado. From Leiden, Kentucky, number 2052, put your hands together for David Bowling. Representing Lodge 1890 from Midwest City, Oklahoma, Turner Ivan. From Cullman, Alabama, number 1609, John Carl Knight. From Loudon, Virginia, number 2406, give it up for Rory McNerney. Hailing from Lodge 478 in Alexandria, Indiana, make some noise for Deacon Carroll. Representing Princeton, New Jersey, number 2129, Noah Murray. And our final contestant for the boys, hailing from Henderson, Green Valley, Nevada, lodge number 2802, it's Duncan Walker, ladies and gentlemen. All right, referees and RDs, when you are ready, this contest may begin. We wish the best of luck to all of our 12-13 contestants. We can close the main doors now. Everybody remain seated, hold your applause, and good luck to all of our contestants.
All right, so we're just about ready to get started here with the contest, but you just heard the public address announcer touch on something that is maybe the most unique thing about the Elks Hoop Shoot, is that it is dead silent in the gym. You can hear a pin drop. Lakin, when you're at the line, how does that silence affect you?
It's honestly crazy. Yeah, like you said, you can hear a pin drop. And so shooting free throws, that's certainly unique because in a basketball game, it's far from dead silent. So I think, again, it just adds to the amount of kind of determination and ability to just lock in and be able to stay concentrated with this contest. The silence just adds a different touch to it all.
Absolutely. Now we are just about ready to get started. Tiana Alexander, the first shooter, is stepping up. She's sponsored by Shreveport, Louisiana, lodge number 122. And as soon as she wraps up her warm-up shots, we will get going.
And I'm always interested in knowing how many warm-up shots these shooters like to take when they step up to the line for the first time, because if anyone is like me, I was shooting the same exact amount of warm-up shots for every single competition. I think for any year I participated in the hoop shoot, it was always 3. And so I'm like, I'm always interested in knowing, okay, is there anything behind this? Do you have the same number every year, every competition? So it's kind of unique.
Did you have any strategy behind the 3, or was it just?
It was just 3, and once I decided that once, I never decided anything different. And I just remember how like superstitious I was in the whole process, and it's just funny to see, like, okay, what you guys are wearing, is there any reason behind it? Are we wearing it the same way every competition? And I was definitely more superstitious than I probably should have been, but.
Well, speaking of superstitions, Tiana's lucky charm is her little sister, Trinity. So shout out to Trinity. I hope you're here in Chicago watching.
And Tiana comes at us today making 21 out of 25 in her regional, and it looks like we maybe had a unique situation with the district competition with the numbers there.
Yeah, not sure what happened at district there, but she comes in shooting well in regional, and let's see how
See what she can do today. And we will remind everybody watching, any scores that you guys see on the screen are not official until all scorekeepers have turned in their scores at the very end, and that has been recorded. So anything you see here is as accurate as it can possibly be, but just know all scores will be official at the end when the scorekeepers record their scores.
That is a great reminder. And now we're on to shooter number 2, Lila Miner, representing St. George, Dixie, Utah, lodge number 1743.
And Lila is more unique in today's contest. Lila this is just her first year participating in the hoop shoot. So as we mentioned earlier, we have a lot of shooters today that are experienced, that have been here before, that are veterans, and have finally made it to nationals and even returned to nationals. And Lila, this is her first year competing. So to make it to nationals in your first year really says something. So I'm excited to see what she puts up today.
That is very impressive, Lila. She heard about the hoop shoot from her school, so shout out to her school for getting her in here in the 12 to 13 division.
And again, as we get started today, if you are watching from home, go ahead and throw where you're watching from in the comments. The shooters will be able to go back and watch this later, so we want to make sure they're supported and loved. So I know we've got some people making shout outs already. I see a lot of comments in here for Lila, for Kylie. We've got some KK fans in the house, Presley. So yeah, let us know where you're watching and tuning in from.
Throughout the season, Lila has been a slow starter in the first 10. She's always had to come back in that second set of the 15 shots, so don't be dismayed if she misses a couple more here. She's a strong finisher. You never know what she can do, but really pretty strong start right now as well.
And her unique talent, she says, I'm cool under pressure. So she knows, she gets it, she knows what it takes, she knows what she's going to have to do today to try to walk away with a medal and a trophy later on. All right, so we have 2 7 out of 10s to start things off. Shooter number 3 we have coming to the line is an experienced one with 5 years in the hoop shoot program. We've got Alexis Weber. Likes to go by Lexi.
She is representing Clifton Park, New York, lodge number 2466.
And this is a family affair for the Weber family. Oldest sister Kaylee made it to the regional finals in 2022, with younger sister Addison making it to the New York State finals in 2025. So this is a sister thing here. So this is pretty cool for the Weber family.
Love the connection. And you hear that so much with the hoop shoot. So many families. We have a set of siblings here this year. You know, once one sibling does it, everybody gets hooked.
Yeah, and it's, again, so cool to see one, brother in the finals, and then you got the sister as well. Like, making it here to nationals, for those at home that don't maybe know, it all starts at the school level. So everybody shoots at their schools, and then you make it to locals, districts, state, regionals, and then nationals. So by the time the shooters get here, they've passed the stepping stones. And so to have 2 siblings here this year in the finals is pretty cool, and I'm sure really special for the family. But again, it's like you put so much work and practice into what's all behind the hoop shoot and the days of practice that it takes to get here. The siblings are around, they're seeing what's done. And so if you got some basketball players in the family, then I'm sure this is something that they're invested in.
And to your point, they've all worked so hard to get here. They've all made it so far already. So no matter how they do when they actually step up to the line today, they can all leave with their heads high. They're all winners just for getting here. It's such an incredible accomplishment. Alexis actually had to face a couple of her friends along the way this year too, so she's got bragging rights on them as well. But what a year for Alexis.
And Alexis is 12 years old, so she still has another year. So she's, she could go 6 for 6, but we'll see.
And now on to Logan Parkinson, representing Grand Rapids, Michigan, lodge number 48. Her nickname is Sniper. We'll see how many shots she can make today.
And Logan is a national finals returnee. So she placed 4th in the 10 and 11 age group last year. So again, some fuel to the fire to get back and make it again and see if she can walk away with a trophy this year.
Definitely. Last year she made 19. I think she can improve on that this year, I believe. She, at the state level this year, she made 24. And coming in shooting 81%. So she has what it takes.
And Logan's unique talent, she can spin the ball on all 5 fingers. So I always love seeing what these girls are up to and what they like to do outside of shooting free throws. And at this age, it's like you never know what you're going to get.
Well, I would like to see the ball spinning. I can't spin it on one, so I'm impressed by anything. And this year, Logan had to face off against Blake Ensfield from Michigan, who won the national finals 2 years ago, was back last year and finished in 3rd. So that was some tough competition. Blake is a great competitor, but Logan took her down this year, and let's see how she can do now.
She's off to a good start.
And again, Logan is from Grand Rapids, Michigan. I'd be remiss if I did not mention my alma mater, Calvin College, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Shout out, go Knights.
Oh, got that one to fall. All right, so a perfect start for Logan. 10 out of 10. She's leading the way so far as we come up to Tenley Triple is our next shooter out of Nampa, Idaho, representing the Northwest region, number 1. Again, another experienced shooter in the hoop shoot, but has never made it to nationals before. So this is her 6th year in the hoop shoot, but her first time making it to nationals. She says, I've competed since I was 8 years old and have had the goal to make it to nationals like my brother did, and here I am. So again, another little family affair as we have some siblings that have been involved, and her family are some of her biggest fans. So props to Tenley for finally making it to nationals.
And shout out to Trayson, her brother, who made it back in 2019. Finished in 6th place with a score of 22. We'll see if Tenley can beat that 22 today. Her dream vacation is any warm beach. Today is not too warm in Chicago, but we are in the beautiful Wintrust Arena. I think she would take this over a warm beach.
Hopefully a vacation that she will not forget.
That's right.
And again, to speak on this being a vacation for a lot of these kids, I remember being 9, 10, and 11 and making it to where we competed was Springfield, Massachusetts. So nationals 20 years ago, which sounds insane to be saying that, was in Springfield, Massachusetts, which is the birthplace of basketball, where the James Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame is located. And so that provided a completely different experience than Chicago did, but Chicago is a lot more centralized. Of course, the Elks organization is headquartered here, so it means a lot to Chicago. But being in Springfield, it was just so cool. I remember being 9 years old and making it to nationals. It was my first ever plane ride. So it was like that alone was extremely exciting. And you just never know like what this vacation to Chicago can mean for these families and for the shooters.
Definitely. And the weekend here is so much more than just the free throws. Yesterday we were all at a Cubs game together. There's a trivia night. There's a movie night. So there's a whole lot going on here that they've really enjoyed. So now we're on to the next shooter, Kaylin Strader, sponsored by Reidsville, North Carolina, lodge number 1723.
And Kaylin goes by KK, which I know we have some KK supporters in the chat today. I know I've seen several shout outs for KK.
And to speak to your experience in Springfield, all 6 winners today actually get a trip to the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame as well. So they also get to kind of experience what you got.
Right. And what's unique about this whole entire experience is each winner of each age division, boys and girls, will have their name and photo enshrined in the James Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. And so to have that at such a young age is just something so cool to look back on. But again, which is super unique to my experience being out in Springfield, is when you won, you got your name in the Hall of Fame, which I was lucky enough to do at 9. And then I made it back to nationals at the ages of 10 and 11. So I got to see my name in the Basketball Hall of Fame, which was super cool as to where that was a platform for motivation to make it back in the first place. And now they will fly the shooters out. So just a little slightly different experience, but just a special opportunity.
It's very special. And speaking of special, KK is a special shooter. She's averaging 86% this season. And at the regional level, she made 23. So again, another shooter who has what it takes to walk away with the gold today.
And KK was here last year in this same division. Lost in a shoot-off for 3rd place in 2024. So she is very experienced when it comes to nationals and shooting here at Wintrust Arena.
And in the hoop shoot, we always talk about unleashing gritty kids, kids that work hard and are willing to bounce back no matter what happens. Well, last year, Kaylin broke her foot going into states, but she was still able to push through and win the competition. I mean, if that's not grit, I don't know what is.
Right. And I think back to everything that I learned at this age, 9, 10, 11 years old. You learn skills and you learn valuable lessons that stick with you throughout time. And I was a basketball player through school, and it's like the things that I learned, I think I owed a lot to the hoop shoot, which still carries with me today. And so for Kaylin, for example, it taught her to stay focused, push through adversity, and learn how to handle stressful situations that are sometimes out of your control. And that's things that you're always going to have to learn and go through throughout life. So props to the hoop shoot for just being a platform where these kids can just learn valuable lessons and instill characteristics in them that can stick with them throughout time.
And that's what it's all about, unleashing those gritty kids. Now we're on to Elaine Cooper, representing Eau Claire, Wisconsin, lodge number 402.
And Elaine is here with her brother Tony, who competed in the 8 and 9-year-old boys division. So again, another family thing here for the Cooper family, which is exciting to have our national sibling duo here this year.
And if I'm not mistaken, Tony made 24 out of 25 earlier today in the boys 8 to 9 division. Ended up losing in a shoot-off for first place, but incredible effort from Tony. Must have been inspiring for Elaine to see.
We'll see who will have bragging rights between the two of them at the end of the day.
Well, I had the pleasure of spending some time with the Coopers this weekend, and I asked them who's better, and at the same time they raised their hands and said, me.
Of course. And not only is Tony here with Elaine today, in 2017, sister Emily placed 3rd place. And in 2018, another sister, Ella May, earned 5th place. And brother DJ made it to regionals twice. It's like, holy cow, I need to meet this family because I think every sibling has had success in the hoop shoot, which is so cool.
Well, I asked the dad what the secret was, and he said, like, practice, basically. So, yeah, that's all it takes for your whole family to make it. All right, now we're on to Presley Henderson. She's representing Benton County, Missouri, lodge number 2783. Presley is another finals returnee. She finished 2nd back in 2022 in the 8-9 division. She made 22 shots that year.
And Presley might have one of the higher shooting percentages coming into today's contest at over 93%.
Wow.
So I love knowing these little stats because I look back and I start to laugh at, okay, I remember when I was 9, 10, 11, I was shooting 93%, you know, at the free throw line. And then to go on and play high school basketball, and I played at a small school in college, it's like my free throw percentages at that time in life, you wouldn't have guessed that I was shooting 93%. And I just laugh at, it just goes to show you that the work and the practice that these shooters put in on a daily basis truly pays off on days like today.
Well, and that's one of the really cool things about the hoop shoot. It's not about the tallest or the fastest or the strongest, whatever. It's just if you work hard enough and practice enough, you can win.
Amen. I was always the shortest, the smallest one on the court. And so to walk up at all contests, and everybody was always bigger and taller than I was. So to walk up and know that this was something that size didn't matter was always fun.
A great showing there from Presley. We got an unofficial 9 out of 10. As a reminder, all these scores are unofficial. Now we are on Lily Panda representing Beverly Peabody, Massachusetts, lodge number 1309.
And Lily's 2 older brothers competed in the hoop shoot before she did, so that inspired her to get involved and to practice and to make it this far as well.
And of course, I was just saying that height doesn't matter in the hoop shoot, but Lily is the tallest competitor of the 72 today. She's 6 foot tall.
I would have loved to have a little bit of height in me like, like Lily does. And we see here that Lily says that one of the most unique experiences during the contest has been meeting other great shooters from other places around the country. And I think that is something so special about what the hoop shoot provides, is the ability to connect and build friendships with these other shooters that can last a long time. You know, I can think back to girls that I met, and some went on to play college basketball, Division I basketball, even professionally, to do some really cool things and still stay in touch today. You know, coming here with people from your region, you're of course all on the same team and you want your region to do well, and you just become so close and good friends with all the families that are involved. So it's, I think, one part about the hoop shoot that is really special that I hope that these shooters take advantage of. I say all this with, of course, yesterday and this morning, you know, there's nerves. Everybody's a little anxious to be shooting, and you're not seeing as much interaction necessarily until you'll kind of look at things tonight when all the nerves are gone, everything is said and done, and everyone is finally talking and becoming friends. And so that's just such a cool aspect of it all.
Now we are on to Kate Howe, representing La Junta, Colorado, lodge number 701. And her road to get here is not always easy. At the state level, she had a shoot-off that actually went 2 rounds, but she was able to make 7 of those 10 and advance to the regionals and eventually here. Kate's hometown of La Junta is home to the annual Tarantula Fest, which attracts both tourists and academics.
Wow.
Is that something you think you'd like to
I
attend?
don't know about that one, Patrick. I really don't. We have another dream vacation being Hawaii. A lot of these girls, even this morning's competition, I think everybody wants to go to Hawaii, which I can't disagree.
Somewhere warm does sound pretty nice right now.
And Kate's unique talent, she says she can pogo stick 2,000 times. I wonder if she brought it, because I want to see this.
And is it like consecutively or just in general? I don't know. Lots of questions, Kate.
Love it.
Well, she can pogo stick 2,000 times, but the way she's shooting free throws, it seems like she could make 2,000 in a row right now. She's really making it look easy at the line.
We've seen some pretty solid scores being put up by these first shooters. You know, with unofficially several 9 out of 10s and a 10 out of 10 coming from Logan. So this this competition might come down to the nitty-gritty, and we may or may not see some shoot-offs later.
So if you're at home watching, do not go anywhere. Don't go get food. Just wait till after this is done. It's going to be a good finish.
All right, Kate, setting the tone. 10 out of 10. Which moves us on to Emily Crawford. Another very experienced national finals shooter.
No doubt about it. She's been here twice in the last few years, lost in a shoot-off for third in 2022, and last year was back, tied for 6th in the 12 and 13 division. So I, again, had the pleasure of hanging out with her and her family the other day. She's hungry. She wants to win this year, and she's very determined.
And Emily knows how to do what it takes to win. She came in making 25 out of 25 at her local competition, and then 25 out of 25 to get here to nationals at her regional shoot. So things come in threes. Will it happen again today? We'll see. Emily is 13, so this is her last year in the hoop shoot as a shooter. So again, she's been doing this for 5 years. She's been here to nationals a couple times, so we'll see if she can walk away with some success.
Shout out to her sister Allison for getting her and the rest of her siblings hooked on the hoop shoot. As we're just saying, it becomes a family thing.
She also has a younger sister, Avery, and a brother, Blake, who have now participated for a couple of years and have made it to the state level, with, you know, Allison finding success as well.
In Rapid City, South Dakota is also the lodge of the original Mr. Rules, Vern Larson. So shout out to Vern if you were out there watching, or maybe you're on a golf course somewhere.
Vern. Everybody knows Vern. And Emily talked about, you know, her road that it's been to get here and the journey that she's had. She said it hasn't been easy. Of course, she wished to have come out a little bit better in the past, but she says the hoop shoot has definitely helped her believe in herself and learn what it means to have grit. So again, these shooters are learning things at such a young age that will be valuable and give them an advantage, hopefully, throughout life.
Now we are on to Kylie Miner, representing Coleman, Alabama, lodge number 1609.
And Coleman, Alabama. I'll tell you what, I don't know what this local lodge does, but they are doing something right. They have 4 shooters here today alone out of the Coleman, Alabama lodge, and I don't know if I've ever seen that. I had the opportunity to sit on the bus ride over here with the 10 and 11-year-old girl shooter, Avery, and their family's from Coleman. And so when they were saying that they had 4 of them here today, I said, we got to know what you guys are up to back home. Because,
what is in the water?
Yeah, no kidding. They know how to shoot some free throws in Coleman, Alabama. So if you guys are watching this and you're from Coleman and you're here supporting Kylie, I believe there's also a boys shooter from Coleman in this age division.
Yep.
So give them a shout out. And again, we know you guys are out there.
And we know Kylie can make free throws. That is obvious. But her unique talent is making half-court shots.
So we want the ball in Kylie's hands if we're in a game where there's a buzzer beater that needs to be had. We need Kylie shooting it from half court. And Kylie has put up some pretty good numbers to get here to nationals. She made 21, 21, made 24 out of 25 at the state competition, and then made it out of regionals with 20 out of 25. So it's gonna take probably the 24 number, which she has in her, to come away with a medal or a trophy after this competition.
And as we mentioned at the top, at the start of the contest, each shooter gets a few warm-up shots, and then they go into their 10. Well, now we are on the set of 15. So Tiana is jumping straight into it, no warm-up shots. And this is the 11th shot, and that's the toughest one, right, Lakin?
The toughest one, and I love talking about the 11th shot because, man, was I a victim to it all the time. Like you mentioned, they are sitting there for quite some time as the shooters finish out their round of 10, and you're coming back up to the line after you've been sitting there. I'm like, my hands were always sweating. I was always just out of it. You've got to really regather and group yourself together before shooting that 11th shot. And I still laugh about it today with my parents, and the amount of times that I miss that 11th shot, it still haunts me.
So how do you come back from that? You've been waiting, you've been thinking about making it, and then you miss it. How do you come back?
I think you just have to know that that next shot is just as important as the one that you just missed. And so, again, we talk about the things that these kids are learning at a young age. It teaches you that you can't dwell on the mistake that just happened. You have to move on. It's the next play mentality. It's the next shot mentality. And that next shot is just as important. So I think just like having the ability and learning how to reset something, of course, you miss the free throw, you have to restart and you have to let it go to move forward. And to kind of touch on that same thing, Tiana mentions this whole experience has just taught her to never give up, to not get mad or frustrated while shooting. And so again, as she's missed a couple here in the set of 15, hopefully she's telling herself not to get mad, not to get frustrated, and that the next one is just as important.
And going back to the whole silence thing, I feel like that would make me so much more frustrated if I'm missing shots in front of all these fans and it's so quiet and you just get in your head.
And I think as a shooter, and I know this was how it was for me, but I was so in my own zone. And I didn't take my eyes off of the rim. I was concentrated on my own routine. And you almost forget that the whole entire crowd is even there, which is kind of crazy to think about as it's dead silent. So again, these shooters are just in the zone and walking up to the line, just doing their thing.
We're back to Lila Minor now. And the 11th is good. She hails from St. George, Utah, which is the home to the World Senior Games, the largest annual multi-sport senior competition.
That is a fun fact. And she says that the best part of the hoop shoot for her is seeing all the people rally around her and support her. And I just think that I have to give a shout out to the local lodges, because some of these kids are coming from hometowns with who knows how many people. I came from a hometown of 10,000, 9,000, and my local lodge, man, they made a big deal about it. And at the age of 9 years old, I have no idea what's going on. I don't really know the level of it all. And of course, now that I'm older and able to look back at the experience, and I just know that these shooters will do the same. But you just have such an appreciation for the effort and the support that the hometowns pour in to these shooters and the whole entire experience as a whole.
Yes, shout out to everyone watching at home. Shout out to all the lodges that are hosting watch parties. Shout out to all the volunteers that make all of this possible and so special for all these competitors.
And I think what's special is, as you look around today even, there's faces and Elks members and people volunteering today that have been volunteering for 20 years. Some of these faces, they don't go anywhere. They're dedicated, they love the hoop shoot, and they put so much into just pouring back into these kids, creating such an incredible experience through the hoop shoot. And it's just so fun for me to come back now and to see these same faces that were present when I was shooting. And they can even speak to the experience of, 20 years ago, we know what it was like. And it's like, holy cow. So there's some real dedication, and it just speaks to who Elks members truly are.
Moving on to Alexis Weber now, once again from Clifton Park, New York, lodge number 2466. Friendly roll on that one.
And as we talk about family competition, Lexi's older sister, Kaylee, made it to the Northeast Regional Final in her days, which made her want to reach that same round and try to finish higher than she did for some good sibling bragging rights. So it sounds like last year her younger sister made it to the state finals, and Lexi was determined to not let her make it further, which helped her then focus on competitions to make it to state and now nationals a few years later. So it sounds like there's some good sibling rivalry going on in the Weber family.
Her dream vacation is not Hawaii, Australia.
Ooh, I would take that.
Maybe she would enjoy the Tarantula Fest. Tough miss there, but if she can finish strong, Lexi will put herself in the unofficial lead for the moment.
And we've talked a little bit about just the nerves that kind of play into it all as a shooter. And now the rest of these girls are sitting there, watching the round of 15, which takes a little bit to get through. But I think I got to talk about how nervous the parents usually are too, because I know mine specifically talk about and remember so well how nervous they were, thinking that they carried most of the nerves for me. It's just funny, in 2006, 7, 8, back then we had camcorders that would record things, and like iPhones weren't a thing. And so my mom would just be shaking with a video camera watching me shoot. And so I know the parents are sitting out there just as nervous as their shooters are as they're participating.
I've talked to many parents who can't even be in the gym when their kid is shooting.
Gosh.
They have to leave. But what a good memory to have. Now here's Logan Parkinson once again from Grand Rapids, coming in perfect 10 for 10, make it 11 for 11.
That 11 was nothing for her.
Huge.
Logan, how do you do it? And it's just so fun to see some of these shooters are just wearing their basketball uniform.
Yep.
Wear what you're comfortable wearing. They're used to being at their free throw line in their jersey, so why not wear it? I know, as I spoke to earlier, I wore the same exact thing at every single competition. I think we probably see a lot of that with shooters today. It was whatever I wore at locals, I was wearing still at nationals. So I always love seeing what jerseys we can pull out and have represented. And again, Logan is a finals returner. Last year, she placed 4th in the 10 and 11 age group. So with Logan back again as a 12-year-old, she's looking to place better than 4th and walk out with a medal and a trophy today. She says that her favorite part about the hoop shoot is meeting new friends and collecting their cards. So as I spoke about earlier, you know, it's so cool how we have the opportunity to meet new people that go on to do such cool things throughout life that you can remember meeting for a long time to come. And one thing that the Elks hoop shoot does that I think is really cool that we didn't have when I was a shooter is the collecting cards. And so the trading cards. The shooters get to walk around and trade with each other, which has some fun facts on the cards. You'll see the photo, I believe, that is up on the screen for them. So how cool that you get to walk away with these things.
Yeah, the trading cards are so unique and such a special part of the experience for so many of the competitors. And yeah, as you mentioned, throughout all the events of the weekend, they're trading them with each other and talking to each other about them, and just a great way for them to get to meet each other throughout the weekend and make friends, but then also just such a good memory to have. And what a strong performance from Logan there. 24 out of 25.
Go. She knew what it was going to take. And again, she made 24 at state, so we knew she was capable. We'll see if anybody can match that.
And on to Tenley triple, representing Nampa, Idaho, lodge number 1389. So she will have to go a perfect 15 for 15 here to have a shot at the gold medal after Logan's impressive performance.
She says that her favorite part is practicing free throws with her dad. And so, again, something that I can just speak to the experience of is I remember 3rd grade Lakin and 4th grade and 5th grade. Like, my dad would just pick me up from school, and we would head straight to the high school gym. And my dad and my mom, too, would jump in and rebound. But I think it was something that I didn't realize at that age, but now that I'm older, can look back and just realize, like, it was just as an important of experience that my dad got to enjoy and my mom got to enjoy just as much as I did. And like, we have to give the credit to them, because without having the rebounders, like, we can't shoot like we can. And so that was something that was just a cool experience looking back that, like, I got to share with my parents. And again, my dad would pick me up from school and we'd head straight to the gym, and credit to, like, my high school gym. The high school basketball coach would willingly move the basketball practice to the other end of the court just so I could have a basket to shoot at. And I'm like, holy cow, I took that. I didn't even realize, like, that was kind of a big deal. So, again, I can totally understand Tenley having this relationship and this experience with her dad through it all. It truly is just as special for the parents.
Well, the motto of the hoop shoot is unleashing gritty kids, but that's a great point. It's so much more than just the kids, really. Maybe it should be unleashing gritty families.
Right. And I know it's something that we used to joke about. My 4 grandparents were from my same hometown, and we would take my grandparents everywhere with me. So whenever Lakin went anywhere, she had at least like 6 to 8 people following. So again, it's something that the whole entire family can be a part of and take in together.
That is an unofficial 20 for Tenley triple. And now on to KK. Kaylin Strader from Reedsville, North Carolina, lodge number 1723.
And KK gives a shout out to the people who organize and run the hoop shoot. She says those people are awesome. So shout out to KK for realizing at 13 years old all that goes into putting on this competition. And again, that starts at the local level. There's some dedication from the people at the local level that care just as much as the people here at Nationals. But there's so much that goes in behind the scenes with people that work for the Elks, with people that are Elks members. Everything to make something like today happen is so special.
Yep, it's easy just to see the volunteers on the court or at the scorer's table or whatever, but to your point, there are thousands of volunteers out there that made today possible. So shout out to all of them. Tough bounce there.
And KK says her biggest fans are her brother and her parents. But then she says, well, really my whole family. So KK, I can relate. She talks about how her grandma even will take her to rebound. Her grandma plays a part in being, getting her to the gym. And so it sounds like hopefully grandma's here today. Hopefully the whole family is here to support KK.
We've talked about so many competitors wanting to go to Hawaii or maybe Australia. No, KK wants to go to Iceland.
Which some of these kids know about these places. And I'm like, as a kid, I don't know if I even knew these places existed. I wasn't necessarily thinking about going to Australia at that age. And again, Kaylin finished 10th at the national finals last year and lost in 2024. She lost in a shoot-off for 3rd place. So as a 3rd-time returner, which I can relate to, she's looking to walk out of here on top. And with an official or unofficial 20 out of 25. Unfortunately, we don't think that that's going to be good enough for first, but we'll see if she can walk away with maybe 2nd or 3rd. We'll see. We might have a shoot-off here.
Yeah, that places her in a 3-way tie for 2nd at the moment. But a lot can still happen. And here's Elaine Cooper from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, lodge number 402. And she's really found her stroke right now. I mean, swish after swish.
Again, once you step back up to the line for the 2nd set of 15, you really just have to get comfortable again and get settled back into your routine and get back in a groove, because the 2nd set of 15 is where if you started out hot with your 1st set of 10, then you want to continue that momentum coming back with your 15, which can be difficult to do.
Well, it was a tough first 10 for Elaine, but she's looking great right now. And if she can make these final 5 here, that would put her into the 4-way tie for 2nd place. So the podium is not quite out of the question yet. And to get here, she shot at least 200 free throws a day with her brother and her dad. So, I mean, she's put in the work as well.
I'm sure gyms hate to see the Cooper family coming.
Solid 19 out of 25 for Lane. And now back to Presley Henderson from Benton County, Missouri, lodge number 2783. And she's one of the competitors that still has a shot at that gold medal, having made 9 of her first 10. But she'll have to be perfect. Oh. She can still get the podium, though.
And again, Presley finished second at the national finals in 2022 in the 8 and 9-year-old division. So again, coming from the 8 and 9-year-old division and still returning again in the 12 and 13 says something about the practice that Presley has put in and truly has had the determination to make it back. And I know we've got some Presley fans in the chat. Oh, and this one's special. It says all your teachers are rooting for you, Presley. So again, it's just this all starts at the school level. You've got to make it out of your school and PE class to then go to locals. And shout out to the teachers and PE teachers that, you know, help start all of this and get it all started. Without them, we wouldn't even have a hoop shoot. So again, that's where it all begins. So the support of the teachers is something that even I remember being really special. So shout out to you guys.
And that is especially relevant for Presley because she found out about the hoop shoot at her school. That's where she learned about it. So really, thank you, teachers. So with those 2 makes at the end there, that puts Presley in unofficial second place right now with a 22 out of 25.
And she really did bounce back after missing that one. Again, just knowing that if you miss one, you have to regroup and you have to regather. And the other shots are crucial to what the end result could be.
She has the same routine before every free throw, takes the breath, 3 dribbles, she visualizes the ball going in, helps her stay calm and confident during these competitions.
And again, the Panda family, they're no strangers to the hoop shoot. She has 2 older brothers and a younger sister who have all competed in the hoop shoot. One of her brothers was the Massachusetts state champion twice, but Lily might have bragging rights as she has made it to nationals, you know, and looking to walk away with hopefully a little podium spot. I never want to say too much to jinx people, so I say hopefully.
I announced the boys 10 and 11 division before this, and I think I jinxed probably 7 or 8 different shots. So trying to do better this round. My apologies to the boys 10 and 11 division. Fun fact about Lily, she can speak German.
Interesting. I know we've got some Lily fans and Lily supporters in the chat today. Lily's again coming at us with the New England region representing the Beverly Peabody, Massachusetts Lodge.
And a strong 21 right there. So again, unofficial, but right now should be in line for that bronze medal if it can hold. But here comes Kate Howe. Perfect 10 for 10 so far.
It's exactly what I looked like. Kate, I feel you, girlfriend. So we'll see how she responds here. She can still tie Logan with a 24 if she does not miss any of these rests.
Seems like she's worked those nerves out though. Tough first miss, but those next three have looked pure.
Again, just have to get back in the groove.
Mm-hmm.
And Kate is 12 years old right now, so she still does have one more opportunity next year to make it back once again. And we've talked time and time again about the family. Kate's older brother and sister both participated in the hoop shoot. So again, they're no stranger to this experience.
She still has a chance to tie for second place. She can make the remainder here. Now she needs this to tie for third with Lily Panda.
So an unofficial 21 out of 25, again, is good for a tie right now for third place. And a reminder for those watching at home, if there is a tie at the end, which we do have, shooters will shoot a shoot-off of 5 free throws. We will step back up in shooting order. So in that case, Lily would shoot her 5 first, and then Kate would step up and shoot 5 with no practice free throws. But now we're going to see how Emily Crawford can finish out with her round of 15. Again, Emily is coming at us with years of experience. She's been to the finals before. She finished third in 2022 in the 8 and 9-year-old division. She was here last year and tied for 6th. So I know she's eager and hungry to hopefully walk out, with another opportunity at a trophy.
Second place is still within reach for Emily right now, but she'll have to be perfect.
And I think one thing I'll touch on that just came to my mind is, this is a competitive environment, and I know all those girls, they want to beat each other, and you, of course, want to walk out on top. But when the girls walk back from the free throw line, and I see this on both the boys and the girls side, is everybody's giving each other high fives. And even in a shoot-off, when they're exchanging spots at the free throw line, you're seeing high fives given. And so I think, again, just things that these kids are learning at such a young age is, yes, you are here to compete. You are here to hopefully win. But at the end of the day, just being a good sport and showing that to each other does not go unnoticed.
And those friendships and those lessons will last much longer than any of these trophies will. So with that unofficial 21, we believe Emily also slides into that tie with Lily and Kate for third right now. But now Kylie Miner.
Kylie might have something to say about all this.
That's right. Our final shooter of the 12.
And I kind of laugh as we are wrapping up with the round of 15 with Kylie here. I always think about when I was shooting and when I walked back to my seat when I was finished, I would always look over at my parents, and my parents would always give me some sort of like signal of whether or not it was enough to win or whether or not like I came out on top. And I was always able to look over and my parents would give me like a nod or a thumbs up or something. And, you know, clearly they were probably excited. And holy cow, she got lucky with that one rolling in. But it's like as the shooters go back, you just see them look over at their families. And I just remember for me, it was always getting that like nod of approval that I came out with it. So,
Well, that is something you see. I mean, maybe more so with the younger divisions, but also up here. You know, if you are either way, if you're disappointed or excited, how do you try to contain those emotions when you're sitting there and watching these other people go?
right. And you don't have the sigh of relief until you're done. So I know it's like there were times where I would make 10 out of 10 in my first round, but I would walk back and be like, okay, I can't get excited about anything yet. There's still 15 shots that everybody still has to take, and a lot can be said in these 15.
And so with that miss, we believe the scores are unofficial again, but we believe that clinches the title for Logan Parkinson. But let's see how Kylie can finish here.
And with 23 out of 25, that should earn Kylie a spot at second. Again, all of these scores are unofficial until we have the scores recorded by the official scores keepers on the floor. And to mention, again, we just go into who plays a part in making all of this happen is the layout that you guys see on the floor today is the layout that is at every competition. You see the chairs lined up. You see the scorekeepers around the three-point line. You see the referees in the referee shirts, people rebounding, the lines keeper. All of these things are present at every step of the way. So none of this process should be any different for the shooters. But again, shout out to the volunteers because there's a lot of people that play certain roles in this.
Absolutely. And there we have our final leaderboard. We believe Logan Parkinson right now, we believe in first place with Kylie in second and Presley in third. Congratulations to all 12, though. Again, just making it here is an accomplishment. Doesn't matter where you are, 1 through 12. You've made it. You've already won so many contests to get here, and everyone is very proud of you. And
again, I think this is such a good opportunity for these kids. Obviously, this competition was competitive. As you can see the tie, you know, with the 21s and the 20s. This one was close, and so it teaches the kids to just learn from the feeling of defeat. And I think we all can agree that sometimes losing teaches more of a valuable lesson than winning does. And so hopefully if these girls have an opportunity to make it back next year, they'll use this as fuel to the fire and take something from the experience of not coming out on top, which is just as valuable as coming out on top.
No doubt. I mean, that's, again, what we talk about with the hoop shoot, with the grit. You know, it's easy if you're just winning and whatever, but really the biggest lessons are learned when you lose and you have to pick yourself up and come back stronger.
So the scores keepers right now, they are all getting their scores validated. Here shortly, we will tune back into Dennis in the arena as he will announce the final results, and we'll see how the boys' end played out. It looks like they are going into a shoot-off at the other end, where I don't think we have to face that on the girls' side.
But again, so special for these competitors to be in Chicago, and just for making it here, they've earned them and their families basically a free trip to Chicago and get to explore the city. Right now we are watching a shoot-off for second and third place over in the boys division. You can head over there if you'd like to see the action.
The boys side has seen some great competition today. You can speak to that side of the competition for the other age divisions, but I had the opportunity to sit out and watch the 10 and 11-year-olds, and the winner for the 10 and 11 age group made a perfect 25 out of 25. 24 created a shoot-off in the 8 and 9. So the boys side has really brought the results today.
It's been insane. I mean, even in that boys 8 to 9, it was a 4-way shoot-off, all with 24 for first place. Not a very common occurrence.
That's so cool. That's so cool. I know when I won it in 2006, at the age of 9, I walked away with 24 out of 25, and I was thankful to not have to go into a shoot-off making that many. So the fact that 4 of them put up those numbers was really cool to see. And again, it looks like 24 is going to be the winning number for today in the 12 to 13-year-old age group here with Logan Parkinson.
And so you've been in Logan's shoes. You've won. You know, when you're sitting there now, kind of after everything is said and done, like, you know you won.
Oh, my God.
What is going through your head?
You feel so much more refreshed. And again, it's the same thing. What they're experiencing now is no different than when they were sitting at regionals. And quite honestly, when you're at regionals, I know for me, there were only 4 shooters. So when you talk about like even more intimate and close knit, and you're looking at 3 other girls around you, like, I am out to get you. I am out to get you. I might be 9 years old, but I am here to beat you. And then just when all is said and done, everybody's such like in a lighter mood. Everybody's, and again, results play into it. There's going to be girls that walk away unhappy and disappointed, but at the end of the day, you just feel so refreshed. And another cool aspect of the hoop shoot is the Getty Powell Award winner goes to the shooter, boys and girls, who makes the most free throws on the day. So it sounds like here on the boys' end, we have a 25 out of 25 that's going to go into a shoot-off with the 10 and 11-year-old winner.
Wow.
So poor Trey is going to come out of the stands and have to shoot in a shoot-off for the Getty Powell Award.
After sitting for probably 2 hours.
Oh my gosh. And so again, I was talking with some of the Elks people at lunch today, and just it's so cool to look and see how the experience has evolved throughout the years. And again, I'm speaking of someone who participated, 18 to 20 years ago, which is insane to say. But in Springfield, when we were out in Massachusetts at Nationals, we were not allowed to sit with our families. So think of being like 9 and 10 years old and you're having this experience, and sometimes like all you want is to just go back and sit with your parents. If you come up short and you don't perform well on this given day, we had to go sit by ourselves and we had to go sit with the other shooters, when a lot of times you just want to be reunited with your families. And so now the shooters have the ability to be with their families pre-shooting, and then after shooting, and that was not the case when I was a shooter. So, yes, he's going to come out of the stands and have to shake things off pretty quickly.
Yeah. And the winner of the Getty Powell Award, well, we mentioned all 6 national champions get to go to the Hall of Fame in Springfield, Massachusetts, but the winner of the Getty Powell Award also typically gets to go to the Hall of Fame induction as well.
Yes.
And they get to meet many of the inductees and just many basketball legends. So a very cool added incentive there for Trey and Duncan Walker, who will be in that Getty Powell shoot-off.
Yeah, and it's incredible. Again, I speak to just the girls that I met when I was a part of this, went on to do some really cool things throughout college or playing professionally. We have people in the hoop shoot that have gone on to play in the NBA and WNBA. And so to just be a part of the whole story is so cool for these kids. And we'll see what happens in this shoot-off for the Getty Powell, but regardless, there's been some tremendous numbers being put up today.
There you have a look at some of the trophies that our competitors will be taking home with them. Not so much in this division, but sometimes in the 8 to 9 divisions, these trophies are literally taller than the competitors themselves.
And I said earlier, I was always the smallest one on the floor. I was always the smallest one on the court. When I won my trophy at 9 years old, I think the thing was taller than I was. And so to see myself carrying that through the airport and on the plane ride home, it got some laughs. It got some giggles out of people. And my parents still have mine at home. You know, in 2008, I walked away with second place. And at that age, Lakin thought it was really cool that she was taking home a trophy that was a different color than the other one I already had at home. I don't know if I'd think of that the same way today, later in life, but yeah, these trophies are something.
And here we have it.
So Duncan has made his 5 free throws in the Getty Powell shoot-off. And so again, Trey came out of the stands after shooting in the 10 and 11-year-old age division.
How do you do that?
So this could not have been easy for him. And it looks like he walked away with 4 out of 5, meaning Duncan is going to be our Getty Powell Award winner. And it just took us.
So our apologies, that actually was not the Getty Powell shoot-off. That was for 3rd place, actually, in the boys division. So now we'll be handing out the awards for the 12 to 13 divisions, and then the Getty Powell shoot-off will follow after that. So again, congratulations to all of these competitors. They've worked so hard to get here, whether they will be taking home a medal
And
right
now
now
we can exhale and give them
They
all
can
a
hold
round
their
of
heads
applause
high.
for the great job that they did. All right, to the floor, we need regional directors Terry McMichael, Lynn Rutherford Snow, Tony Valgaris, Jeff Franklin, Brenda Shaw, Jeff Rumler. Help present awards. We think we got that correct. All right, starting with the girls. In third place with a score of 22 out of 25 and sponsored by Benton County, Missouri, number 2783. Give it up for Presley Henderson, ladies and gentlemen. Second place with 23 out of 25 and sponsored by Coleman, Alabama, number 1609. Give it up for Kylie Miner. And your national champion in the girls 12-13 turned in the best girls score of the day, regardless of division, with 24 out of 25 and representing Grand Rapids, Michigan, number 48. It's Getty Powell and national champion winner, Logan Parkinson. Give all the 8-9 girls, or the 12-13 girls, a round of applause, please. The 12-13s, a round of applause. Great job, ladies. And now we'll turn our attention to the boys' end of the floor in third place with a 24 out of 25 and 7 of 10 on 2 tiebreakers, and representing Kaukauna, Wisconsin, number 962, Jack Ryan. The runner-up, 24 out of 25 and 5 of 5 on a tiebreaker, and representing Linden, Kentucky, number 2052. Give it up for David Bowling. And your national champion with a perfect score, the second perfect boys score of the day. And we will have a shoot-off for the Getty Powell boys champion shortly. But let's live it up for number 12, Duncan Walker, representing Henderson, Green Valley, Nevada, number 2802. And before we have our Getty Powell boys shoot-off, we're going to have some photos taken at mid-court. Congratulations to all of our 12-13 boys. All right, we need the top 3 girls, top 3 boys to report to center court. We're going to get a quick picture with you, and then we're going to get everybody in there. But let's start with the 3 from each end, first, second, and third. You're going to face me. We're going to have the crowd in the background. All right, crowd, on 3, we're going to say national champ. 1, 2, 3. All right, that looks great from this angle, I'm just saying. All right, now we need all the kids from the 12-13 age group. Give them a hand. These are the 24 best 12 and 13-year-olds in the nation when it comes to free throw shooting. There's none better in the entire country than these 24 kids in the 12-13 age group. All right, one more. Let we get them lined up here with the regional directors in the background there. Almost, we're close, we're close. All right, crowd, you know what to do. 1, 2, 3. All right. We got it. All right, thanks, kids. We got you. Thank you very much. All right, now we have a shoot-off for the best boys score of the day. We had 2 25s. If you remember earlier from the 10-11 age group, Trey Estes, representing Anaconda, Montana, 239. And then you just saw Duncan Walker from Henderson Green Valley, Nevada, 2802. They are going to compete to break the tie for the best boys score of the day. We have a separate award called the Getty Powell Award that goes to the best shooter for each end. Of course, Logan Parkinson has the girls' title. We're going to give them a 2-minute warm-up, and then we will shoot in the order that they shot earlier. So Trey will go first, and then Duncan. So Tony, tell me when to start the 2-minute timer, buddy. You ready? 2-minute warm-up? Yeah, that's what they told. 2-minute warm-up.
All right, so you heard it there from PA announcer Dennis Sabo. We have a 2-minute warm-up, and then we will be showing you the Getty Powell Award shoot-off. So we touched on it already, Lakin, but if you're Trey, you've been sitting there forever. How do you warm up right now? I mean, what are you doing?
I cannot imagine coming out of the bleachers after sitting there for probably 2 hours now, sitting through lunch, and having to step back out for a shoot-off for the biggest award of them all. So, number one, these two boys put up tremendous numbers with 2 perfect scores, which is something that's incredible to see in the first place. So to have 2 of them do it today really just speaks to the level of competition that we saw on the boys' end today.
Absolutely. And, you know, Trey, he's coming in a bit cold, but he has this opportunity as the first shooter in the shoot-off to put some pressure on Duncan. I mean, if he puts up a good 5 for 5, that could get in Duncan's head.
Right. And as I said earlier, I know it didn't matter if it was just the normal shoot, the normal competition, or a shoot-off. I always wanted to go first. I always wanted to step up, be confident in what I was doing, and then hopefully put the pressure on the people behind me. So we'll see if Trey can do that. And I know I had the opportunity to sit and watch the 10 and 11 age group. So I sat and watched Trey make all 25. And when I tell you, he was automatic. He was automatic. He knows what he's doing. He looks comfortable. And we'll see what level of confidence he brings as he's going against the 12 and 13-year-old shooter here. But this might be a little fun to watch.
Absolutely. And we haven't been able to see all of his warm-up shots here, but it seems like he's making a lot of them.
And so again, this is the Getty Powell Award, and the Getty Powell Award is given to the top boy and girl shooter of all age divisions. So that is why we see Trey coming at us from the 10 and 11 age group, and then Duncan coming at us from the 12 and 13. And I remember when I won at 9 years old, I made 24 out of 25, and I was like, ooh, will that be good enough for the Getty Powell? And the 10, 11, and 12 and 13 competitions hadn't happened yet. And anybody who is involved in the Elks hoop shoot and anyone who remembers the 20-year ago time frame knows the Samuelson family name. And it was Bonnie, Carly,
First, we drew
even
out of a hat.
another third sister was
They were
in
both
it.
the 12th
But
shooter in their age
they
group, so we just threw them
always
names in a hat.
were
And
at
Duncan, you go
the
first,
podium
Trey
and
second, and good luck,
walking
guys.
away
We'll
with
do
trophies. And
sets
so
of 5
Bonnie
until
got
we break
me
the tie.
with 25 out of 25. And I was sitting there as a 9-year-old. I'm like, dang. At least it was a Samuelson sister.
That's right.
She went on to play at Stanford, so I couldn't complain.
And it appears that Duncan is actually shooting first.
So at this point, Duncan is a perfect 30 for 30. So we'll see what Trey can do here. We'll see if we have to go into another shoot-off.
And Trey just knocked that one down like he never left.
I hope these two boys, if they're on a basketball team back home, I hope the coaches and the teams back home are seeing that if they need someone at the free throw line in a clutch situation, these two boys might be your answer. So we are now in our second shoot-off for the Getty Powell Award. With Duncan shooting first, Trey will have a chance to answer. We'll see if it takes third.
Ooh, nice roll there. And as you mentioned earlier, we're just going to keep going with these sets of 5 until we have a winner. So who knows how long it could go. I know back in 2009, Zeb Alford won in 75 shots.
Yep.
So we'll see if we go that long.
I know Zeb very well. I had the opportunity to come back and help at Nationals with Zeb 2 or 3 years in a row, and he is also a Hall of Fame inductee with me. So Zeb is well known for the amount of shots it took to determine the winner that year.
I believe he made 74 out of 75,
I
too.
think you're right.
And the way these guys are shooting right now, we could very well have that happen again.
And again, props to Trey for coming out of the bleachers after eating lunch and having very little warm-up again to just get readjusted. All right, so we have Duncan with a perfect. At this point, he's 40 out of 40.
Wow.
So good for him. We'll see if Trey can answer. And again, the depth perception in an arena like this is probably quite different than anybody has shot with in competitions leading up to nationals. So all shooters are having to adjust to this. So it's really cool to see how they respond.
Well, and even coming off of March Madness, you'll see college players that struggle with the depth perception. So seeing, 10 to 13-year-olds handle it no problem right now, it's crazy.
So now we go into our fourth round.
Fourth round
of a shoot-off.
Another 5 for 5.
All right.
Now you'll notice Trey is standing a little bit behind the line, and he's in the 10-11 division. So in the 8 to 9 division, they shoot 4 feet closer than the regulation free throw line. So in the 10 to 11 division, they have to move back all of a sudden 4 feet. Sometimes it can be hard for them to get the ball up all the way to the hoop, and so some of them like to add a bit of a jump like we see from Trey right now. But he's having no problem.
All right, so round number 5, here we go. And again, both of these boys will have their name and photo placed in the James Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame out in Springfield, Massachusetts, which is known as the birthplace of basketball. And they've already done something incredible. They already have the accomplishment. This is just the cherry on top. This is like overtime when you get free basketball.
Another perfect 5 for 5 for Duncan.
So they have now shot just as many shots as the normal competition in the shoot off. And I talked earlier in the 8- and 9-year-old competition on how I had the routine of before I left the gym on any given day while I was practicing, I had to make like 10 in a row. I was not leaving before I could make 10 in a row. And my last shot had to be a swish before I walked out of that gym. And so I can only imagine like these boys probably have something similar in their daily routines. And right now that's probably paying off for them.
Yeah. Maybe there's this 50 in a row. I don't know at this pace.
So another 5 for 5 from Duncan puts him at 55 out of 55.
Wow. Unreal. Oh. Friendly roll there for Trey. Oh. So Duncan Walker will walk home with the Getty Powell Award, but what an incredible shoot-off. What a good cherry on top. What a way to end it.
With both Getty Powell Award winners coming in the 12 and 13-year-old age division. Again, the girls' side was competitive. We saw several 20s and 21s.
Let's give them both a round of applause. That was an amazing
There
shootout.
were some good numbers put up. And congrats to these boys. I hope, even though Trey came up short with this one, like
Trey,
I said, he's
great
already
job.
gotten first place today.
Absolutely.
They combined to do 108 out of 110 shots today. I mean, that's incredible. All right,
And
don't
again,
go
I put
anywhere.
myself
We've got
in
some
their
prizes
shoes,
to
and they're
give away.
learning things today they don't really realize right now.
Yep.
Everybody's so naive at this age,
We
and you're
need
just taking it all in for what it's
Walker
worth.
and
But
Logan
you
Parkinson
just gain
to center
such an
court,
appreciation
please.
for it as you get older, and to now just be in a spot where like people like us have the ability to give back is so cool.
Mm-hmm.
For the Getty Powell? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. They're off to be interviewed, ladies and gentlemen, but there's your two Getty Powell winners, Duncan Walker and Logan Parkinson. Now that they are celebrities, they won't be doing chores at home, and they'll be charging for their autographs, so if you want to get your money ready later, they're stars now. So we're going to do some drawings over here. Tony Valgaris, our
So there you have it.
chairman
There's the
of this
2026 Elks Hoop Shoot National Finals. Lakin, any departing words?
That was exciting. And I think, number one, for anybody that watched at home, I hope that you guys were able to feel a part of what happened today here in Chicago at Wintrust Arena. It truly is such an incredible experience for kids to be able to be a part of. And we just hope that we provided an experience that made you guys feel included and maybe have a better picture of what this all looks like. And shout out to the Elks. Again, I've never stopped talking about the Elks because of how important this has all been in my childhood. My family is incredibly heavily involved in the Elks, and so it's such a special opportunity for a lot of families to be a part of.
Absolutely. So congratulations to the champions. Congratulations to all the competitors and their families. Thank you for watching wherever you are watching, and we'll see you next year.
Thanks, guys.